I'm calling the January 14th, 2021 regular meeting of the Roswell City Council to order. Ms. Call, please call the roll.
Counselor Peterson?
Here.
Counselor Stubbs?
Here.
Counselor Best?
Here.
Counselor Moore? Here. Counselor Oropesa?
Here.
Counselor Kennard?
Here.
Counselor Foster?
Here.
Counselor Sanchez? Counselor Perry?
Here.
Counselor Robeck? Here. Mayor Kintai?
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
At this point, I'll ask everyone to please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance by Counselor Foster and the invocation by Counselor Perry. Counselor Foster.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Let's pray. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, we do thank you for this day. It's the day you have made, and we always want to rejoice and be glad in it. Lord, I pray first of all for the men and women in blue and the men and women across the world, Lord, that are protecting us in the military. Lord, I pray for their safety in a time of unrest, Lord, in our nation. Lord, I pray for the transition process next week that will be taking place in Washington, D.C. Lord, I pray for our president that is outgoing. I pray for our president and vice president incoming, Lord, that you would give wisdom and the right direction of the things that are necessary and best for America. Lord, I pray at this time that you would be with this governing body tonight. Lord, I pray you would allow us all to think before we speak, Lord, that we can be able to do things, Lord, in an orderly and decent way. We've got a lot of things to work on tonight, and not all of them are going to be agreed upon. But, Lord, I pray that you give us wisdom to do the right things, and, Lord, with right intentions for the betterment of our city, Roswell, New Mexico. For we ask these things in Christ's name. Amen.
Counselor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to approve the January 14th, 2021 regular city council agenda to include the minutes from the regular November 12th, 2020 and the December 10th, 2020 meetings, along with the minutes from the November 30th, 2020 special council meeting and the December 23rd, 2020 city council workshop, as well as consent items Resolution 21-1, condemnation, and 21-2, amending the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2021, and to remove from the consent items numbers 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 15, and to leave them in their already numbered order.
I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Peterson to approve the agenda as presented. Any discussion or debate on the agenda? I have Counselor Roebuck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to state that I'm going to be voting against removing the agenda, and I wanted to, especially in these times when things are very tense, I want to be particularly clear as possible. I understand that, and he certainly can clarify, I understand that Councilor Pesa has some concerns about our process. I think there are some valid concerns that at least deserve discussion. Certainly, in this case, our whole committee system is under the review process, and I am certainly willing to add time to that effect to get into his concerns, and I think we should. And whether it's at a committee meeting or whether Orpesa would like to bring, Councilor Orpesa would like to bring something to this full body, I certainly would vote to that effect, or request the city manager or the mayor to put it to discuss the full council. But I don't feel like that this, by taking these items off consent, I don't think that it forwards a discussion. So with respect to Councilor Orpesa and his desire to continue to visit our process and to improve it, I appreciate that, but I don't think this does that in this time. So I will be voting against the agenda as presented. Thank you.
All right, anyone else wishing to speak? I have Counselor Perry. Counselor Perry, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's hard to hear. I don't know if it's possible for the mics to be raised a little bit, or maybe us keep them closer to our mouths or something, but I think I understood everything that Councilor Roebuck had said. I think that I would like to see, and I'm requesting, I don't know, I don't want to ever disignite or extinguish any one counselor's right to have debate. I think that that's very critical and very important for every counselor, whether I agree or disagree. I think that each counselor should have the right to have their voice heard on subject matter that have concerns or a question within the consent items. I think I agree with Councilor Pace on a number of these that I would agree that should be heard by council when you go spending $1,100,000 when you're dealing with stuff concerning the Lee and Deming Bridge. That's something that I think is definitely something that citizens should learn and understand what's happening with, and they should understand all of it by that. But the backhoe, different things like that. But when we get into stuff like the intergovernment agreement and stuff, I don't know. Maybe I will learn tonight that there is something in there debatable that is contentious or concerning. But I have a concern of just all being pulled, or these all being pulled, if there's not valid concern on the specific items. I would like to see the potential possibility of amendment made, and would ask respectfully that those that there are true, valid, concerns on any counselor's behalf on any of these, that we see those move forward onto regular agenda, and then those that are house cleaning items, that we deal with on a normal basis to be left on the consent agenda. I yield.
I have Councilor Oropesa and Councilor Moore. Councilor Oropesa on the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The benefit of pulling consent agenda items off of the consent agenda is not for my benefit. The benefit is for the community. Because I believe if we're going to be transparent, they should be able to hear the discussion on every single item. And so, and again, I'm doing it based on the rules that we have at the current time. If we change it, then that's something else. But at the current time, those are the rules that we have, and it allows me to pull agenda items off of the consent. And again, I want to stress, it's not for my benefit. It's for the benefit of the community, to be able for them to stay informed of the issues that may be important to them. Thank you.
I have Councilor Moore on the agenda. You have the floor.
Kind of concern. I do believe that these on like 9, 10, and 11 say discussion, consider. To me, I feel like that means they need to be discussed. I have a concern that listening to one of the communities, that everything they sent was sent to the consent agenda. So that kind of throws me aback, to why everything at that meeting was sent to consent agenda. And so, and I don't know if it's for that purpose, but I see some of the things, like if we're talking about money, I agree. That should always, if we're talking about spending $1 million, 700,000, I understand that's open for discussion, and those shouldn't have been sent to consent agenda to begin with, to be taken off. Like I'm kind of like the RFP and those kind of things that are housekeeping, those, things that are normal thing in those agreements. I think they don't necessarily need discussion. They were discussed at their meeting, so that I listened, and most of us heard them, and so I'm okay with that. But I just really have trouble with putting something on a consent agenda that's spending millions of dollars, or that's going to change somebody's life, the furlough things and all that. We talked about it a little, and we said we were going to talk about it here again. So why would you send that straight to consent agenda, and they wouldn't have to take those off to begin with? Like I said, I think it behooves there are enough things to talk about. I agree, but I kind of think I don't mind. I understand he has that right, but at the same time, I feel like let's pick and choose. All of them don't need to come. Pick and choose the ones that we want to battle with, that you feel that needs some discussion, and we can work from there. It's not about time for me. I agree that some people need to hear these things. Some people don't listen to those committee meetings like they should. We should. And because Janine said, they're all available. We all know that. But people don't always do that, especially when it comes to money. I like the idea of being clear or transparent with the money, where the money is going, what account we're taking money out of, and being transparent with those type of things. So I'm okay with taking those things out, but I would like to kind of think of amendment if we could consider like the agreement one or one of those RFPs that's normal housekeeping, if we could leave those. That's it.
I have Counselor Foster. Counselor, you have the floor on the agenda.
Thank you. And I too will be voting against the agenda as it stands. I'm just opposed to a blanket removal of all of the consent. If we have reasons, and I truthfully agree too, I would have pulled the dimming, I would have pulled the backhoe, even the compactor, even though we've discussed it before, I think I would have pulled it too, just because it's dealing with money. But I don't know about the emergency ambulance service. That's been discussed. Our constituents can watch it. It's on our YouTube channel. You can watch in committee. Everything that's on this consent agenda is readily available on our YouTube channel to watch the committees speak about it, so you can research it and find out. But again, when you're dealing with the Deming Bridge, it's something I've been fighting for 10 years. It's safety needed, and I'm so appreciative that it's on here that I would have pulled it anyway. But I yield.
All right, I have Counselor Best and Counselor Perry again. Counselor, we okay with the feedback there? Counselor Best, you have the floor.
I just have a question for any counselor, whoever wants to answer it for me. Why did our constituents vote for us? Why did they vote for us to make decisions for them? Maybe I need to explain a little better. When we run for our office, we talk to our constituents. They vote us in to do a job. That's because they don't want to be a counselor. They feel the city's being run good. If they are not, like Ms. Moore said, we have plenty of places to go to get the meetings. When we first started, you had to show up to the meeting. Now we have GoTo. Now you can get it on YouTube or whatever. So I'm curious why our constituents vote for us if it's not to take and do the work of the people, for the people, by the people. I'm a people. So again, we have governing bodies of rules. They may need to be tweaked. I agree to that. Not a problem. If you pull something off the consent agenda, I feel that you should exhaust every area before you take it completely off. You need to go to either watch the committee meeting, go to person that put the meeting together, go to the other counselors, so forth and so on. If our constituents didn't want us here, they wouldn't have voted us in. So that's just a comment.
All right, thank you. I have Counselor Perry and Counselor Roebuck. We're on the agenda. Counselor Perry.
Mr. Mayor, this has just come to my mind, and I would like to hopefully offer a bridge of compromise. I think that we have differences of opinion on this. I'd like to offer a bridge of compromise by making a motion to amend. I'm seeing 10 items that were pulled. I would like to make a motion to amend to leave number 6, which would be the Lee and Deming Bridge. Number 7, the $526,000 for the survey and master plan at Cielo Grande Sports. To leave number 10, to pull number 10, consider approval of the new backhoe. Number 12, the airplanes. And number 15, the landfill loan compactor. That would be leaving a total of 5 and amending to place back on the consent agenda number 4, 5, 8, 9, and 11.
I have a motion by Counselor
Second.
and a second by Counselor Foster to propose an amendment. We are now on an amended, not an amended, excuse me. We're now on a motion to amend. Counselor Perry, you still have the floor.
Mr. Mayor, I just think that I'm trying to build a bridge. I'm trying to recognize. So I'm hoping that this will be something that we can unite on and at least recognize that we do agree with our other counselor that indeed pulled these on many of the items, but on other housekeeping items that we can move forward and get the business of the city done. My concern, Mr. Mayor, is if with pulling all 10, with everything else we have to hear tonight, I don't want when we get to the areas which I think we all recognize are going to become a little strenuous on us this evening. I don't want to be tired and making quick decisions and rushing through things. I want to be able to do the business of the city and do it well tonight. I yield.
All right, thank you. On the amendment, we're on a proposed amendment. Counselor Roebuck and then Counselor Oropesa. Counselor Roebuck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to certainly concede the point that certainly there are times when something gets on the consent agenda and perhaps the gravity of the item alone, the size of the item alone is worth, even if there's not necessarily, even if there's not debate on it, it's a good reason to pull something off the consent agenda. Certainly, there can be a different opinion on that, but that I would certainly concede that, hey, if it's a big deal and you feel like it's something that needs to be aired out there, that's a valid reason to pull something off the consent agenda, in my opinion. I yield.
Counselor Oropesa on the proposed amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If you pull the items from regular to consent agenda, then the consent agenda does not become consent anymore. So don't call it consent, because consent is an agreement of all the body. And by our regulations, any counselor has the ability to pull any item. It might not be important to the other ones, but it may be important to me. I have comments on every single item that I pulled. So I would hope that this council would honor my request to pull all those consent items or items from consent to the regular ones. Otherwise, don't use the word consent to identify items. And I don't know, I'm not sure what is it that this council is hiding, why they're willing to not discuss. And I see the smirks. Because in essence, if you go back several years ago, consent agenda items consisted of 3, 4, 5. But this council decided that they don't want to spend the time for which you were elected to do, to discuss every single item that is on regular agenda item. So I would hope, Mr. Mayor, that we don't take the route of denying anyone the ability to be able to have discussion on every single item, even if it's pulled from consent agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Oropesa. Let me, at this point, make clear to the governing body.
Yes.
Just let me finish, please. If it is not a unanimous vote for the amendment, in my estimation, it will not be a valid amendment, because the way our rules are written, any one of you may pull any or all items from the consent agenda. It is the way the rules are written. So, just to give everyone a heads up, if it is not a unanimous, if it is a unanimous vote, fine. That means there's consent. But if there's not a unanimous yes, I will conclude that it is an inappropriate amendment, and Mr. Parker can correct me.
Well, okay. Mr. Mayor, first of all, I would say the amendment itself is just a majority of the votes because this is just an amendment on this.
I know.
Right. Once we get to the actual agenda and to approve it as, assuming the amendment passes, it's my, and I've thought about this a bunch.
Okay.
It's my opinion that it would require a 2/3 majority in order to overcome the consent rule and take those 5 items off. And I'll just read to you right from Robert's Rules because I think it's relevant. There has been established as a compromise between the rights of the individual and the rights of the assembly the principle that a 2/3 vote is required to adopt any motion that suspends or modifies a rule of order previously adopted, or prevents the introduction of a question for consideration, or closes or limits or extends the limits of debate. And that's how I take it. So in my opinion, it would take a 2/3 majority to pass it if the amendment passes by a majority.
See, I will differ with you right there. I believe it will require a separate action to suspend the rules prior to the final vote on the amended, assume the amendment passes. So it would take 7 affirmative votes to overrule, to suspend the rules, or to overturn the ruling of the chair.
It would only take a majority to overturn the ruling of the chair.
Okay, I stand
But then there would have
corrected.
to be there would be, if you made your ruling, then there would be a point of order and a second, so then there would be an appeal, and then there would be a majority to overturn, but then there would have to be a new motion to suspend the rules and do X, or to pass the agenda as amended, or whatever was wanted to do. But in either case, the substantive thing, whether you're suspending the rules or just passing the agenda as amended to take certain things and put them back on consent, either case takes 7 votes, in my opinion.
All right, counselors, we're just trying to get to an agenda. I have Counselor Sanchez wishes to chime in.
Yes. I want to is in of nor nor soon yeah the or yeah soon out or I don't. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
That is town today. That is in of yeah today that is in down today is in door that is down today that is where yeah that is soon yeah or yes the door yeah today actually, there's in rare that I do come, yeah, today, that soon. Yeah. That I, yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Today. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Counselor.
I don't. That. Yeah.
I have-
Trouble. Yeah.
Are we,
Double.
okay?
Oh, no.
I have Counselor Roebuck. We're still on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, a couple of points. If indeed the case is that any counselor, including Counselor Pesa, has pulled these issues off for specific reasons, I certainly don't, and has specific things to say on each of them, I certainly don't have any objection to that at all. I think that's the reason why we have the ability to pull things off consent. Yeah, I think what was expressed 2 meetings ago, and again, please feel free to correct me if I don't want to quote anybody wrong at all, was that there was frustration with committee meetings and the committee structure, and this was using the rules, which you certainly are entitled to. It's just like any other counselor using the rules to make a point, perhaps. I don't want to speak too broadly, but if indeed these issues are being pulled because you have specific things that you want to share about them or you want to bring them up, then I certainly would not argue that point at all. We certainly don't want to be hiding anything at all. I don't think that we are hiding anything, but I don't know everybody's minds. But if that's indeed the reason, then I have no objection to pulling these items off the agenda if the motivation is that there are specific things that need to be discussed on them. When we got committee assignments and Councilor Pesa was put on finance, I was glad for that because I feel like that even though we differ in opinion on a lot, I think I was excited to have his opinion early on in the process, and I certainly hope that in the future we will get that. I yield.
All right, I have Counselors Kennard and Counselor Stubbs. Just a note also, Counselors, we have 2 individuals wishing to speak on item number 8. Counselor Kennard, you have the floor.
This is really frustrating for me because I felt like we spent a whole Saturday here trying to address these issues, and obviously nothing came of that. I wasn't here when the council voted on the governing rules, and so I'm trying to just go with the flow the best that I can and do what I can and do the job, and I feel like we are still stuck. I feel it's pretty slanderous to say that counselors have something to hide. Everything that we do is very transparent. All the meetings are there. Everything's posted. There's nothing to be hidden. And if anybody wants to talk about me placing the 3 items from infrastructure onto the consent, it was because I'm freshman. And these are things that seem pretty straightforward to me. So, clearly, I'm frustrated. I don't, if a counselor chooses not to attend a committee meeting, I don't know why the rest of us who actually are following the rules that some of the people that are sitting here voted on years ago, if there's an issue, let's change it. This is what we discussed on that Saturday in December. Nothing's been changed. I know it's going through the process. But until it's changed, can we, stick with the consent agenda, which you guys all voted on years ago? Thank you.
All right, I have Counselor Stubbs and then Counselor Orpesa. Counselor Stubbs, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mine is really a question, I think, to Mr. Patterson, and that is that I'm not sure where we are with how many we need to vote to pass what. There's an amendment on the floor to take certain ones off the consent agenda, or to leave certain ones on it, I guess is what the motion was. So what does that vote take? Is that just a majority?
Counselor, and again, I am the parliamentary advisor, so I can
Yes.
tell you what my opinion is.
And that's
but
all I'm
that's all I
asking.
have, is my understanding. The amendment itself, to make the amendment would require a majority of, simple majority.
Right.
But to actually adopt that agenda that has items that were pulled from consent, put back on, that would require a 2/3 majority because it affects debate and therefore requires that 2/3 according to Robert's rules, as I understand it.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to call to everyone's attention that the cover sheet of our agendas for every full council meeting has the statement under our names that says welcome and then yada yada. But then it does say Robert's Rules of Order govern the conduct of this meeting. And every agenda that I've seen has that on there. So the reason I'm saying that is I'm questioning your decision, and I really don't want to, but I think I'm only thinking we need to go by Robert's rules and go for the 2/3 on the second part.
I will tell you, Counselor, we've adopted the rules of procedures as the rules of procedures of this body. Whether it says this on the cover of page does not have, in my opinion, standing to bind this body. So my ruling, after listening to Mr. Patterson, would be this. If the agenda does get amended before we can adopt the agenda, amended agenda, I will ask for a motion to suspend the rules, a separate action. If that passes, that would be the 2/3 that Mr. Patterson does talk about. Then I would say we take the vote on the amended agenda. But
I would just...
And here's where I'd really like to go, counselors. I'm really not interested in suspending the rules. Councilor Orpesa has stated he has wishes to discuss these items. Whether we like it or not, whether anyway we agree or not, each of you has that authority. We established that in our rules of procedure because I believe it's appropriate. Each of you are elected by your representative, by your constituents, as Councilor Best says. So until the rules are permanently changed, I am not in favor of taking a special action. I appreciate what many of you are trying to do, but I am of the opinion Councilor Orpesa has followed the rules. We abide by them. That's my thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I agree with that, and I also want to say that Robert's Rules of Order are also listed in those governing body rules, so it is legitimate that we go by them. Thank you.
But it's subservient to the rules. Yes.
And Mr. Mayor, just as a form, the way that we suspend the rules, it's one of the few times you can do a compound motion. So the proper form is I move to suspend the rules and do X.
Okay.
So you could still do it in one step. It's really what is the form of the motion you want to make.
Okay, fair enough. I have at this point Councilor Orpesa, Councilor Foster, and Councilor Roebuck. We are on the proposed amendment to the agenda. Councilor Orpesa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And going the same line as Councilor Stubb did, that little welcome part also says any item approved as part of the consent agenda is not an agenda item for the purpose of public participation. So please keep that in mind as well, because there may be individuals that want to address this body on consent agenda items, and once you approve them, they will not be allowed to. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I call for the question.
All right, Mr. Patterson, I've forgotten. Call the question, 2/3 of the quorum present. We need a second on that.
Mr. Mayor, as a motion that limits debate, yes, it requires a two-thirds majority.
Okay, I also need a second on that
Yes,
motion.
correct.
So I have a motion by Councilor Pesa to call the question. Do we have a second? I have a second by Councilor Peterson. Now, is this debatable? I don't believe it is it?
And we're just calling the question on the amendment right now, is
Right,
that correct?
right.
Yeah.
I don't believe that's an debatable.
No, it's not.
All right. So this is a roll call vote. A yes or aye ends debate, and we will then vote on the amendment.
Mr.
Just the
Mayor,
amendment.
point of order. We may have counselors who are not familiar with what call the question does, so if we could have an explanation, just.
Mr. Patterson, you want to explain it?
It ends debate and requires an immediate vote on this pending question. So
Okay.
first you would vote to call the question, that requires two-thirds, but then you would vote immediately on the amendment, which is a simple majority.
Okay. So on the issue of calling the question, which terminates debate and takes us immediately to a vote on a proposed amendment, a yes or aye ends debate, a no or nay continues debate. Ms. Call, please call the roll.
Counselor Peterson?
Yes.
Counselor Stubbs?
Yes.
Counselor Best?
Nope.
Counselor Moore? Counselor Oropesa?
Yes.
Counselor Kennard?
No.
Counselor Foster?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
No.
Counselor Perry?
Yes.
Counselor Roebuck?
Yes.
7-3. 7 yes.
I'm sorry? That passes? with
Yes.
Two-thirds. All right. So we will immediately go to the proposed amendment. The proposed amendment would leave on consent, correct me if I have this wrong, would leave the following items on consent: 4, 5, 8, 9, 11. Is that correct? The original, the amendment?
Mr. Mayor, the original amendment, Counselor Perry pulled 6, 7, 10, 12, and 15.
Off of, no, 13 was already on, was on consent.
I amended by placing them back on consent.
Correct.
You put 6, 7, 10, and 12 back on consent.
And 15.
And 15. I apologize. That's why I apologize, counselors. Okay,
Counselor Perry, those were the ones you
Oh.
actually pulled because you were going to leave on 4.
Correct. I thought that I was amending what was being proposed where they had all been pulled in that amendment. My motion was to amend to keep 6, 7, 10, 12, and 15 on, as pulled.
okay.
The others would be consent, yes.
Okay, so 4, 5, 8, 9, and 11 would be consent. Are we all in agreement? That's what and 14. 14 was never pulled in the first place.
Correct.
Correct.
All right. Phew. So, a yes or aye amends the agenda. A no or nay rejects the amendment. Ms. Call, we're going to do the roll call again. Call the roll.
Counselor Peterson?
No.
Counselor Stubbs?
No.
Counselor Best?
No.
Counselor Moore? Counselor Oropesa?
No.
Counselor Kennard?
No.
Counselor Foster?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
No.
Counselor Perry?
Yes.
Counselor Roebuck?
Yes.
The vote is 3 yes, 7 no.
All right, the motion to amend has failed. We're back on the original agenda with the only items, let me make sure I have this correct, the only items still on consent would be 13, 14, and 16. Does that sound correct, Ms. Call? All right. So on the agenda as presented, any further debate or discussion? Counselor Roebuck, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And if I could, for clarification, if Councilor Pesa would like to, that I understand earlier that you do have comments on all these items that you've pulled. Yeah, I mean, he's welcome.
We don't crosstalk, Counselor.
I am not cross-talking. I am asking for clarification from
No,
Councilor
I am not
Pesa.
going to have that. Counselors, we're not going to go talk to each other.
I am asking for a clarification of communication.
An inappropriate
That is
comment.
not inappropriate. That is not inappropriate to ask a counselor to clarify his comments. There's nothing inappropriate for that. It'll help me inform my vote. If he has purpose of removing these items because he has discussion purposes for them, I do not object to that.
Councilor Pace is under no obligation to respond.
I didn't say he was under obligation, but I was asking the question. I yield.
Mr. Mayor, like I said, I have comments on each one of them
Okay.
and questions on several of them.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. At this point, I'm going to call for a roll call vote on the agenda as presented. Once again, the items left on consent are 13, 14, and 16. Ms. Call, please call the roll.
Counselor Peterson? Is your microphone on, Counselor?
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Stubbs?
Yes.
Counselor Best? No. Counselor Moore?
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa?
Yes,
Counselor Kennard?
No.
Counselor Foster?
No.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
Counselor Perry?
No.
Counselor Roebuck?
Yes.
6-4. Motion passes.
All right. Point of order, Counselor Foster.
By your logic, now, all the consent items are not consent because we've had 4 that voted no. So we can't, this is no longer a valid meeting.
No, we
By
have-
your logic, you said that the consent means that everybody is under agreement.
We didn't vote on the consent, we voted on the overall.
We voted on the
agenda.
overall, and if those are in the consent, then that suddenly makes it invalid, by your
No,
logic.
Counselor, no. The motion
the same
was
logic.
to approve the agenda with these items on consent. That was a majority vote. Now, if you had wanted to pull the items before we adopted it, you could have done that. But we have adopted the agenda. We will proceed with it.
I'm
Mr.
just saying
Mayor-
by your
All right.
logic, by the logic that you had said, that if we had pulled things off, and one person wasn't in agreement, this is
That-
no longer, those were no longer consent agreements because,
The rules of procedure stipulate that to pull an item, it has to be communicated in writing to the city clerk.
I'm not saying anything about that. I'm going by the logic that you
No,
justified by saying
that's
that.
not-
No, I'm saying the logic that
All
you
right.
justified.
Counselor, I'm sorry, I disagree. That's the ruling of the chair. If you want to appeal the ruling, make the motion. Otherwise, we're moving on with the agenda.
I just
The
wanted to
agenda-
make that point.
Mr. Mayor, just a point of order. I think what happened was the amendment failed, so now we're on the main motion, which included
Which we
pulling
just ap-
items off of consent.
No, when you presented the agenda, they were already off consent.
Oh, yes.
That's what we just approved.
Yeah, we're saying the same thing. Thank you.
All right. Item number 2. It's a little late, but to encourage everyone to please silence their phones. The next item I will mention to our public, the layout here is different. We are anticipating work in the near future on some structural changes to the dais behind us. In the interim, while the convention center is not utilized for other purposes, we're able to operate like this without disrupting events at the convention center. Hopefully, we'll be back in a normal arrangement soon. Look forward to an update next month, Mr. Nebb. Finally, I would like to do a shout out to our healthcare workers. Since we last met, vaccinations have begun for the COVID-19 here in Roswell. Our hospitals, Loveless and Eastern New Mexico Medical Center, together with the rehab, and I understand La Casa Healthcare, have all been engaged in vaccinating their healthcare workers. I've also been informed that some of our residential treatment facilities have started getting vaccinations. So I want to say thank you to those healthcare providers who are doing great work. Without further ado, item number 3, Councilor Roebuck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we hold a public hearing and vote on proposed ordinance 2016, recommending a lower interest rate for New Mexico Environment Department Clean Water State Revolving Fund loan number CWSRF loan 097 to 0.5%.
All right. I have a motion by Councilor Roebuck and a second by Councilor Foster to have a public hearing and vote on proposed ordinance 20-16. Mr. Nahar.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Proposed ordinance 2016 is to lower the interest rate on a clean water loan for a dewatering facility. We passed the loan at 1.2% interest. We have not taken any withdrawals from that loan yet or closed exactly on the loan, so we still had the advantage to take advantage of the 0.5 interest, be a substantial savings in interest. And it went to infrastructure and unanimously passed in November 4-0, and I stand for any questions.
All right. Any questions for Mr. Nahar? Oh, wait a minute. This is a public hearing. Almost forgot. Almost. I've recovered in time. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a public hearing, which means that even if you did not sign up to speak on this matter, if you would like to, you may do so. So I will ask to see if we have anybody in the outside, in the other room, or in the hallway. Can we have checked? And then online on GoToMeeting, do we have anyone wishing to speak on this proposed ordinance? All right. I am getting the indications that there is no one wishing to speak either for or against this online. I am waiting for the check by our deputy city manager to see if there's anyone in the building wishing to speak on this matter. So we'll wait for a few moments. Ms. Call, can we get the Jeopardy music?
No, but I can sing.
We'll pass. All right. Still waiting for Mr. Matthews. All right. I understand. Sorry. It's good exercise. Nobody. All right. Let the record reflect no one present in the building wish to speak in favor or against proposed ordinance 20-16. Councilors, any of our councilors wishing to speak on this matter? Seeing none, I will ask for a roll call vote. A yes or aye approves proposed ordinance 20-16. A nay or no rejects it. Ms. Call, please call the roll.
Counselor Peterson?
Yes.
Counselor Stubbs?
Yes.
Counselor Best?
Yes.
Counselor Moore? Counselor Oropesa?
Yes.
Counselor Kennard?
Yes.
Counselor Foster?
Yes?
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
Counselor Perry?
Yes.
Counselor Roebuck?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. On to item number
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Yes, sir. Item number 4, Counselor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is at the recommendation of the Legal Committee with a vote of 3-0 that I move to approve an intergovernmental agreement with National Purchasing Partners as presented.
I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Foster to approve a National Purchasing Partners intergovernmental agreement. Mr. Patterson.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This item is actually kind of a funny one. We thought we already were members of the National Purchasing Partners, but when we were going to go ahead and use one of their agreements, we found that we could not find anywhere where there was actually a signed agreement with them. And me and the purchasing officer looked back years and years and years trying to find one. So we already have an account with them. So this is really just going back and cleaning up that paperwork and making sure we have that document in place. As everybody knows, joining these cooperatives is really helpful to the purchasing department because it allows us to get the advantage of a lot of already negotiated great deals, streamlines our process. There's no commitment. We don't have to pay anything, but if we find a contract we like, we can use it. So it's a pretty good deal. It's a standard agreement, and I stand for any questions.
I have Councilor Oropesa. Councilor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'm going to ask a dumb question. What does GPO stand for?
Government Purchasing Organization, I think. I'm not sure. Where does that refer to that? Let me get my...
On page 21? Doesn't define GPO. The acronym GPO, what is it? It's really not that important. I was just curious what it stands for. But I did read through the agreement, and I could not find anywhere where it addresses if membership is free of charge or if there's a price for membership.
There is not a price for membership. As I said, there's no commitment. We've already had, like I said, we actually have an account with these guys already because we thought we were members. And so and we've never paid, it's not something that you pay an annual fee to be a member or anything. You just have access to the contracts and can use them as you want to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Councilor Oropesa and Mr. Patterson, thanks, Councilor Foster, for looking that up. It's Group Purchasing Organization.
Ah.
Is that what you said?
And on page 21, on the sixth whereas, it talks about reducing solicitation and procurement costs. What kind of solicitation and procurement costs do we currently have?
Well, that would be all of the costs that go into developing RFPs and things like that, is I think what they're saying. That rather than having to develop our own RFPs and spend the time on doing that, we can take advantage of already negotiated agreements. So those, I think that's what they mean.
So that would do away with the RFPs?
Only for those agreements that we wanted to use a contract for. So just, again, it's not required that we use one, but let's say that we had something that we wanted to buy. Rather than go out and reinvent the wheel by soliciting a bunch of proposals, some other governmental entity has already solicited all those proposals and figured out which one is the best, and so we can use the contract that they've already selected, and that's why we do these group cooperative purchasing agreements.
And the agreement also talks about goods and services. Specifically, what goods and services? Does it mean large contracts, small contracts?
All kinds. There's all, the one that we were looking at that brought all this was the police department was looking at buying a whole bunch of tasers, for example. But they offer all kinds of any contract that's been negotiated by a member, I think, can be submitted and become part of it. So it just depends on what contracts have already been negotiated. But there's no particular type that it does. It could be anything. That's why they're general with goods and services.
What about infrastructure projects, roads, bridges?
I'm not sure. I mean, we use CES for that mostly. I don't know whether this particular one does that. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that was my thinking if we already have something in place, that we're gonna replace it with something else, or is it in conjunction with?
Again, since there may be some contracts that would be available on this cooperative that might not be available on another cooperative, so since there's no money to spend to be a member of it, it doesn't hurt, it just gives us access to additional contracts that we have the option of using.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right, I have no one else on the list. At this time, I'm going to ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves entering into the intergovernmental agreement with National Purchasing Partners. A no or nay rejects it. I'll ask you to activate your vote box at the same time you respond. All those in favor of the intergovernmental agreement with National Purchasing, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, passes 10-0. We, next up is item number 5, Councilor Roebuck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we consider approval of the scope of work for RFP 21004, general construction for various citywide construction projects.
I have a motion by Councilor Roebuck and a second by Councilor Foster to authorize RFP 21-004, consider approval of scope of work for general construction for various citywide construction projects. Mr. Moore.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councilors. The purpose of this RFP is to have a pool of general contractors to help expedite any general construction needs that may arise in the city. The RFP is similar to our sidewalk RFP and our roofing RFP. We're anticipating having a pool of 5 to 9 contractors in the pool. The funding would be the responsibility of the department requesting the work. Infrastructure Committee did recommend it 3-0, and the standard federal provisions clause will be included in the packet.
All right. Questions or comments from Mr. Moore? Councilor Oropesa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On page 27, under scope of work, general subsection city's intent, it states the city may be awarding this RFP as multiple source award to 2 or more responsive contractors, and you said you want to keep it to 5 to 9?
We're just anticipating a group of 5 to 9, but if we receive more, we could include.
So there's no limit as to the amount of?
No, sir.
Okay. And on page 28, under evaluation criteria, section 1, technical proposal, subsection 8, letter of submittal, campaign contribution form. Can you explain why this is mandatory?
I would have to defer that question to someone with procurement.
So a campaign contribution form, it explains that.
Can you get a little closer to the mic?
Okay, sorry. Short. It explains that there have been no contributions made to public officials, basically is what that campaign contribution form is. And it's included in every RFP, and every vendor or contractor has to sign or disclose that they have and what amount.
Does this also include contributions to, by their employees? Or just the contract, the head of the?
Just the contractor.
You know, I had a call, and I think I saw the response that Joe and Mr. Nahar made concerning a contractor having a political flag on their truck. Is that something Is that what this is referring to some degree?
No. It's not, and let me just read you this paragraph. I stand corrected. A prospective contractor subject to this section shall disclose all campaign contributions given by the prospective contractor or a family member or representative of the prospective contractor to an applicable public official of the state or local public body during the 2 years prior to the date on which a proposal is submitted, or in the case of a sole source or small purchase contract, the 2 years prior to the date on which the contractor signs the contract. If the aggregate total of contributions given by the prospective contractor or a family member or representative of the prospective contractor to the public official exceeds $250 over the 2-year period.
Okay, so my, I don't know if I'm out of line for asking this one, since it doesn't really pertain to this specific one. But the issue about having political displays in private and city property.
Well, I think you can ask the question, there's not an action to be had on it, so I don't think there's an Open Meetings Act issue there or anything. And I did hear about that, and I will briefly say that it's a complex thing. It gets into some First Amendment issues, but at the same time, because it's a contractor of the city, we do have some ability to direct how they do the work. So it's a borderline question, but it depends. So it depends on the context of exactly what expression they were having and what they were doing and where they were doing it. That's the best answer I can really give you without more specific details about where they were doing it and what they were doing.
Okay, so I'll go visit with you. Thank you.
All right, I have no one else on my list. At this time, I'll ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves RFP 21-004 as presented. A no or nay rejects it. I ask you to please activate your vote box at the same time you respond. All those in favor of RFP 21-004 as presented, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, passes 10-0. Next up,
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Roebuck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let's see, what number are we on, sir?
We're on number 6.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I moved that we award ITB 21006 Lee and Deming Bridge Reconstruction Project to Abrams Construction, Inc. of Albuquerque, New Mexico, in the amount of $1,100,280.31, which includes GRT.
I have a motion by Councilor Roebuck and a second by Councilor Foster to award ITB 21-006 Lee and Deming Bridge Reconstruction to Abrams Construction of Albuquerque. Mr. Nahar.
Mayor, Council, thank you. Here to consider the award of what we call the Lee Deming Bridge. Hopefully it's the second bridge of a regular schedule of bridges that the city of Roswell will be attacking and be fortunate enough to get funded in the future. We did receive in 2019 an $800,000 grant. We used a portion of that for the design through Souder Miller. We have a grant remaining of $696,981.05. That will be applied, being reimbursed from the $1,100,280.31 project cost. So out of the city funds, it will cost $403,299.26. As you can see the slide, Lee Deming Bridge, I'm sure everybody's driven over it at one point or the other. It's a narrow bridge, no pedestrian access. And with this award, if you vote for it, we should be able to start construction in February. I stand for any questions.
I have Councilor Foster. Councilor Foster, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. My major reason for wanting to speak is just the picture right there. For 10 years, this is one of my pet peeves that I've been working on, because not too long ago, there was a school that was just a block away, and kids were having to walk over this bridge to get to school. And now it's the school's about a block further away. But it's just when you're driving this street and there's no pedestrians and the pedestrians have to walk on the street. There's many a time when I passed a mother pushing a stroller, and it's just wasn't safe, and I'm so excited to get to the point where we have pedestrian access on this bridge. And I thank you, Mr. Nayar, for getting to us this point.
Yes, Counselor, thank you.
All right, thank you, Counselor. I have Counselor Oropesa. Counselor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Nahar, is this the same project that was vetoed by the governor? Or is this something else?
No, this one came in 2019. The governor vetoed 2 funding sources in the 2020 legislature that were for the other bridge that would be south, more precise, Cherry and North Garden.
Okay. And the extra funds of $409,000 is coming from capital improvement funds.
That is correct, and that's part of the current budget.
Okay. Can you remind me, the capital improvement fund, that fund is not specific to any department, is that true?
It's specific to the projects that have been put in that fund. We have the Boys and Girls Club project that's being funded out of there, which belongs to facility maintenance. We have this project, I believe the splash pad's in there as well. So it's a capital improvement. It used to be engineering, took care of all those projects. Now there's other departments we've kind of pulled all the money together and we each get assigned their projects.
No, but if you have a specific project, we have a specific account section that we approve it and you take money from general fund and put it in the capital outlay improvement fund?
It does come from general fund and goes into, this account number is 2601 4311 7504, which is capital improvements. And if everybody, I'll use the 10 counselors, if every counselor had a $1,000 project, then we would have everybody's $10,000 in that pool. And your $1,000 would be for that project, George's, Counselor Peterson's would be for his project, and that's how it's assigned. When the money goes into that account, the specific amount is specified by the budget that you passed in July, how much money is allocated to that project. Now, I'll use the Boys Club because I'll be coming back to the council and the Boys Club. The Boys Club is having problems just because it's an old building. So we'll have to figure out how we'll pay for these fixes out of that same fund. And typically what happens, hopefully you have a project that's under running, you can take money from there within that same line item. But typically every project has a budget, it gets put in that one account, and that's the total account for all the projects. I hope that explained it.
So if this one is being done, let's say by the road department, not that it is, but I'm just saying, the road department would be tagged with $409,000 from their budget and put on the capital outlay or capital improvement fund?
The road fund, the street department has what they call the road fund, and that's more street projects. But there is a separate road fund, but again, they would have their account for those items. If you remember, in December, we passed what we call the Nova chip on North Main. That's coming out of the road fund. And again, that was money that was put there.
Okay.
I mean, they're separate accounts. But this is coming out of capital improvement. That's been in the budget line item that way.
And out of curiosity, I know Abraham Construction Incorporated from Albuquerque has done a lot of projects for the city.
Abraham Construction likes working in Roswell. They will, and I will toot the horn for Roswell Engineering Department. They like the Roswell Engineering Department because we usually have good plans and we're responsive when there's problems. And to contractors, time is money and getting a solution is money.
So I would assume that we haven't had significant issues with their work.
I prefer Abraham's Construction for concrete work, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I have Counselor Peterson. Counselor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say thank you to the state and the legislatures that got the money for this bridge. That's what happens when you work together.
Yes, this was a legislative grant of $800,000, Counselor.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, I'm going to ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the awarding of ITB 21-006 Lee and Deming Bridge Reconstruction Project to Abraham's Construction of Albuquerque. A no or nay rejects the awarding of the contract. Please activate your vote box when you respond. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Councilor Roebuck, yours didn't take. All right, we're good. And it passes 10-0. Next up is item number 7, Councilor Roebuck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we approve the professional service agreement in the amount of $526,795 for a survey and a master plan of Cielo Grande Sports Complex in the Cielo Grande area to BHI of Albuquerque, New Mexico.
I have a motion by Councilor Roebuck and a second by Councilor Kinnard to approve a professional service agreement with BHI of Albuquerque for the Cielo Grande Sports Complex. Mr. Nahar.
Mayor, council, again, thank you. I'm excited for this project as well. So the slide that you see is the October 2020 slide that council approved. Again, you see where the baseball fields, which is the nucleus of this study, is the baseball fields. So the master plan engineering in October 2020, they were kind of thinking primary roadway. I don't agree with that, but that's why we do a master plan. I mean, we're going to look at that. You look at the picture. As I look at it as a city engineer, I say, okay, there's the ballparks. How did we get there? Where are we parking? How am I going to get the water there, the sewer there for the concession stand, the bathrooms, the lighting? So all that stuff is just part of the plan. So we're looking at that area right now bonded by College, 8th, Montana, and Nevada. And BHI is the recommended consultant. They are also the one doing the inclusive park. And that's another thing that we got to look at when we're planning the baseball fields. The inclusive park is for special customers, special citizens. So we have to be careful how close we put certain objects to certain activities to that park as well. And I stand for any questions.
All right. At this point, I don't have anybody. Oh, Councilor Oropesa. Councilor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the background information, it states the city of Roswell was awarded grant 20E2503 to plan, design, construct, and furnish baseball fields at Cielo Grande Sports Complex in Roswell. And of course in Chavez County. And obviously $850,000 will not even come close to accomplishing all these things according to the language.
That is correct. The last time I was involved with this project, the baseball complex is anywhere from $13 to $20 million. That's why you start with the infrastructure plan.
So that implies to me that the council plans on moving ahead with the construction of the baseball fields, even if it didn't make the top 5 ICIP list. Am I correct?
I can't answer that question.
Well, I'll just leave it out there. Thank you.
All right, this time I'll have a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the awarding of professional services agreement in the amount of $526,795 for a survey and master plan of Cielo Grande Sports Complex to BHI of Albuquerque, New Mexico. A no or nay rejects it. Please activate your vote box when you vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
All right, and very good. And the vote total is 7-3 with Councilors Oropesa, Peterson, and Moore no. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Yes.
You
done? Next up is item number 8, Councilor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is at the recommendation of the Legal Committee with a vote of 3-0. and the Evaluation Committee, that I move to approve RFP 21-002 for emergency ambulance services to be awarded to American Medical Response Ambulance Services as presented.
All right. I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Foster to approve RFP 21002. Mr. Fuller.
Mayor, Council, good evening. We're here just to ask for your consideration for approval to allow the city manager to go into negotiations with AMR out of Las Cruces. As a city, we have the certificate of necessity. We have to provide an ambulance service, and in doing so, this is just a normal process that we go through every 2 to 4 years, just depending on contracts and how long they go. With that being said, I know the committee who put this work together took this very seriously. It was comprised of numerous first responders who take our job very seriously, and we, at the end, determined that AMR was the group that we were going to go with. So with that being said, if you have any questions, I'd be pleased to answer.
All right, thank you. Counselors, I have 2 individuals that signed up to speak on this. One is present, and I apologize, I'm having trouble reading the writing. It looks like Joaquin, Graham, maybe?
I believe it's Graham, Joaquin Graham.
Okay. And if we could have someone go get that. And online I have Joel Villarreal. Can we go ahead and bring up Mr. Villarreal while we go get Mr. Graham?
Mayor, Council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and members of the City Council.
Okay, hang on. Mr. Villarreal,
Whoa.
whoa. All right. Once you start, I need your name and address. You will have 3 minutes. Okay? Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I'm sorry. My name is Joel Villarreal. My address is 2720 Mesilla Street, Northeast Albuquerque, New Mexico. However, I used to be a citizen there in Roswell, and my mother still lives there at 204 East Ballard. The reason I am wanting to speak to you all tonight, I represent the employees there, the EMS Workers United, and we have some concerns with this RFP. I just wanted to let you all know, as you are taking this decision, there are 30 plus employees that work for Superior Ambulance right now that would be laid off as a result of this decision. In addition to that, this RFP, if you look at the scoring that you have there, the RFP was basically scored at 113 to 112. So this RFP was lost to Superior Ambulance by 1 point. Some of the criteria, if you look at the criteria that was laid out, seems somewhat, if not subjective, at least at the very least able to interpret it in different ways. For instance, when we're looking at the criteria that was laid out there, the first criteria was the ability to meet the needs of the community. And the things that were laid out there as examples were the apparent understanding of the state laws, regulations, the systems to relate medical activities. Another one was a apparent understanding of the geography. And another one was the willingness and ability to coordinate related services. And the same thing you see there with 2, where it says the documented experience in similar communities, which we have an issue here because for us, Superior is a local company here based out of New Mexico, where AMR is a national company. It's hard for us to figure out how in the world they're able to say that they have closer ties to the community, that more than the people that are actually working there right now. They are members of the Roswell community. And these EMS workers have worked for y'all through this whole COVID pandemic. And what we're basically saying to everybody that sat there and risked their lives throughout this process, right, was that in the middle of this, now in January, as we're about to wind up with this thing, that the work that they did now isn't even appreciated by the people there that have the ability to choose whether they can continue working or not. And again, I want to stress that they are part of the community. This whole meeting was started out with a shout out to the healthcare workers out there in the field that are doing their job. I can't think of anybody more that is risking their health and everything else during this process than these EMS workers. And we would just ask you, when you're looking at this stuff, if it does indeed turn out that you feel that AMR
Mr.
is somehow
Villarreal,
more
the 3
deserving
minutes
of
has
this,
expired.
Of this proposal, that you please consider giving the employees that are currently working
Jeff.
there the right.
Thank you. All right, next, Mr. Graham, if you'll come up, state your name and your address, you will have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Councilman. My name is Joaquin Graham. I reside in Las Cruces, New Mexico at 1844 Salinas Drive. I am the Regional Director for American Medical Response. I am here today just to say hello, put a face to a name. If you all choose to accept or approve this award, I'm one of the people that you'll be working with. We have a long history, American Medical Response, of serving communities in New Mexico. We have been in New Mexico since 1993. I've been employed with AMR since 2007. We've got operations in Las Cruces, Alamogordo, Valencia County, Albuquerque, Gallup, and hopefully Roswell, if you all choose to approve this award. Very much look forward to working with you all. Our plan or intention would be to hire everyone and as many of the EMTs and paramedics that are currently employed by Superior. So thank you for your time. I appreciate you considering this, and have a good evening.
All right, thank you. All right, councilors, I have Councilor Oropesa. You have the floor.
Mayor, first of all, is AMR the current ambulance service that is contracted right now?
Currently, AMR is not the current ambulance service that we have contracted. The current ambulance service is Superior Ambulance Service. Superior Ambulance Service.
And so they were contracted for how long?
I believe they've been with us for, I think it's been close to 12 years now.
Okay. And as a fire department, do you have an individual in the rating criteria committee? Does the fire department have a member in that committee?
Yes, we do. There was a member of the Roswell Fire Department in that committee, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I have Councilor Peterson and then Councilor Perry. Councilor Peterson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm gonna vote no on this award because I believe the city of Roswell and the firefighters should be doing the ambulance service. I don't think we should be subbing it out to contractors. If these contractors were city workers, they would have PRA, they would have a better retirement, better medical. And I think that the city should really look at it, but I'm going to vote no on this. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, I have Councilors Perry, Moore, and Foster. Councilor Perry, you have the floor.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is probably more questions than anything, just to make sure that all of us indeed understand how the process works and to ensure that we are doing things within the scope of law. When we have, Mr. Patterson, when we have projects like this, contracts for awarding, that goes through a bid process. That goes through a process of awarding through a numerical system where there's points evaluated through the interview process with each of these. Not just that, but also with the package that they present as to what they are going to offer. So am I correct by that? It's based upon a numeric system?
Yes, with qualitative and quantitative different aspects that are then rated on a numerical basis.
Okay, I'd like to know from someone on staff, what do we expect to see maybe different from this ambulance service that maybe we don't currently have? Is there anything that new that is being offered to Roswell that was not under the current contract?
So to my understanding, Counselor, I'm not quite sure if I can expand on that because we haven't gone into negotiations yet. So once we have a signed contract and signed negotiations, I believe we can then disclose what was offered by both companies. That's my understanding, and I'll revert to him for that.
Counselor, that is correct. Per the procurement code, with an RFP prior to award, the contents of any proposal cannot be made public so that it could be accessed by the other parties.
And granted, and I will accept that, and I apologize if I was out of turn with that. But that could be part of y'all's portion of consideration. So there may be things that y'all know that we do not know that could pertain to the possibility of things like that. I did want to say, the gentleman on the phone mentioned that a vote against this, and I don't want to put words in his mouth because I didn't get everything, but that would be a vote against the confidence of the men and women who work within, currently putting their lives on the line. My understanding from what I heard from the second gentleman is that they are looking to hire from within Superior. So it's not a matter of not appreciating those. It seems to me like we have the potential of another company coming and offering these jobs to them as well. So it's not a matter of not having them. It's a matter of a different company. It's my understanding that prior to the 10 or 12 years that this company has been here, there was probably another ambulance service that was contracted that probably lost out on an award to the company we currently have. So that's part of the process of how we do these things. Sometimes we're going to win these things, sometimes we don't. And I think that we as council need to be very advised to remember that those who took or participated in this process are presenting their ideas, their recommendation, and we need to be very considerate that they may have information that we don't have that could be value to our city, and we need to act appropriately. I yield.
I have Counselor Moore and then Counselor Foster. Counselor Moore, you have the floor.
I feel kind of the same way. I was thinking about, change is uncomfortable. And so 12 years is a long time, and I struggle with this only because it was 1 point. And I think we had a big argument before about 1 point with local and out of state and that kind of thing. And so I at that process, I learned the process, and so I understand the numbers. So I'm okay with that, even though it's a point, but a point is a point. I was already ready to say no because I feel like, hey, we're going to be here. They've been here 12 years. We should be okay, loyalty kind of thing. In my head is what I was thinking, loyalty kind of concept. And, but because I understand the process and I understand it wasn't just like, okay, I like him and I don't like her and that kind of thing. It's a scoring process. And even though some of them we know can be iffy, the way those in our heads can be iffy, but what had changed my mind is and I was going to ask him, but he said it already, that they will offer them, because a guy on the phone said that all those guys would lose their jobs. And when he said that we will hire many of them that will take the job, then I'm okay with the process, because I was kind of concerned, because the first thing, they're all going to lose their jobs. And so we all went, we know we don't want that in this day and time. And so I appreciate that him stating that fact that he will offer those jobs. And I appreciate the fact that I think that change is necessary. Sometimes just because they've been here a long time, they don't mean they're necessarily doing what we need them to do anymore. And so I'm okay with this. And and then to what one of the other counselors said, we have been talking about with Graham before he left and all that about doing our own, but we're not there yet. Until we get to doing our own, we still have to have one. So I'm not going to say no because we don't have one yet. Roswell is not ready, or whatever, that process is not where it needs to be, because like I said, we've been talking on it since I've been on, so about getting our own. And so we know that's a long and lengthy process, and I do hope that you guys have not let that drop since the other chief left, and I hope that's still on something that's on on the table for discussion about having our own, set. We knew it was a big battle, and it was a fight that most of us as council people were willing to wage with y'all. And I think that's something, I'm like Councilor Peterson, that's something we should have. But because we don't, we're not ready for that. I think I will support this. Like I said, the one number is I'm kind of like the guy on the phone, could always be something to be said about a number because, one number. So, but I'm going to go with, because we trust our employees, we trust our staff, we trust the people that are doing this process, just like we want them to trust us. And so I yield.
I have Counselor Foster. Counselor Foster, that exhausts my list. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, first, I have to say congratulations to Assistant Fire Chief Daniel Fuller. It's been a long time since you were walking the halls of Dexter Dexter High School when I first met you. I'm really glad to have you where you are. The second is, I have to concur with Councilor Peterson. I do wish that the city would take this over, and I know that Assistant Chief has been working on it, and we are in the process of getting there, but we have one ambulance, so we're not at that point where we can fully staff and be there. To address Perry, AMR, I believe, had the contract prior to Superior. So I remember at one point AMR was what had our contract, but I'm not sure exactly
I'm not
when
quite
it
sure
was.
where they fell in the line. Mr. Matthews can answer that. AMR was at one point, then it got switched to Southwest Ambulance Service, and after Southwest Ambulance Service, it did move to Superior, who has continued the line from there. So this is a normal process in the way. And thank you. And sincerely from my heart, it is an honor and a privilege to be your deputy fire chief. So thank you. And then to speak, we're the only fire department in southeastern New Mexico. A lot of New Mexico does not run the ambulance service. It is a lot of work until we can make that an opportunity. We rely on things like this, and I thank you for trusting us to make the right call. Our citizens are at our heart, and we want to make sure that they are taken care of. And in doing so, making that decision to choose what we believe was the best choice. So thank you.
And then on our current staffing for ambulance, what a typical shift, how many ambulances do we have running?
I currently speaking for Superior, they run mandatory 4 911 ambulances currently. Each of those is staffed with one paramedic and then one EMT. Sometimes they may have an extra one staffed, but it's not 911 guaranteed. It's not committed to 911. There's only 4 911 committed ambulances.
Okay. And do you foresee that when you negotiate a contract with AMR, that the same typical service would be negotiated? I see your assistant manager wanting to stand up on this one. I think he doesn't want you to get tied up.
Thank you, Mayor. Counselor, we'd be better served not to go into the operations of proposals from either of we can tell you what they're currently providing. The current provider is 4 911 ambulances, but we won't go into what they're provided in this latest RFP.
Okay.
Because that was part of the evaluation.
Okay. Well, my major statement is, do you see the service being lowered than what we are currently having?
No, sir. We're not going to lower our standards of the level of service that we're currently being provided.
Well, that was the key issue that I wanted to make sure. We're not going to get to a position where we're lowering our service.
No, sir. If it was going lower, we would have put the RFP back out to bid and gone another direction.
And that was the key point. And with that, I yield.
All right, thank you. Before I go to the vote, I do have 2 questions. These are really more for Mr. Nebb. I'm a little concerned this was not sent to public safety, and because public safety is, of course, a home for fire and police, and I see this one in that mix. Whether it should have also gone to legal or not, I really would have liked to have seen the public safety committee. So that's not really a question, it's just a comment. But correct me if I'm wrong, once a contract is negotiated by you, it comes back to the body here?
In this case, we've done it both ways, where after I've negotiated a contract, I've signed off on that contract, I'll lean on Mr. Parker Patterson to cover that as to how we're going to handle this one.
Okay.
Yeah, we have done it both ways, and I can see the value on both sides of it.
Okay. I
think-
was thinking they had, but, you know, you make a good point there about it's gone both ways, and I'm no desire to force it if it's not something you and staff wants to do. Mr. Matthews, why don't you chime in here?
Mr. Mayor, I can speak to this over the history. Typically, with all the ambulance contracts, it was to authorize the city manager to go into negotiations to negotiate a contract. If for some reason that failed, then we would come back and either go back to RFP or go to the number 2 candidate, whatever, but then we would just sign or the city manager would sign the contract and we would move forward.
Okay. I have no desire to change things. I do have now Councilor Stubbs wishing to speak on this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I didn't realize when I made the motion and
or the minivans especially, is that the wheelchair lifts are too narrow. The wheelchairs are getting wider, the wheelchair lifts are getting narrower. And so we're going to have to, if you do not approve this, we will have to go back to the drawing board and decide what kind of van we'll replace the minivan with, because that is no longer an option.
So, are you also looking to increase the number of minivans, or are you going to do away with the minivans as well?
We're getting rid of the minivans.
Okay. And the information that I read indicated that the drivers are not required to have a CDL?
Currently, they are required to have a CDL.
But not for the new
That's
kind
correct.
of bus?
Right.
Is that a federal, state regulation?
It's
or-
a federal regulation, yes.
Okay. And how long do you think it will take to complete the conversion of having all these type of?
This year, I'm asking for 2. As you'll recall, earlier in this year, or earlier last year, I guess, I asked you to replace 5. That hasn't been approved by the state, but you guys approved it. So it could take a lot of years, or it could be really quick.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I have Councilor Perry. And that exhausts my list. Councilor Perry, you have the floor.
Yes, Ms. Hicks, I just want to say a couple of things. Number one, thank you so much, and for all of the other staff and for those that have worked diligently in this. This is going to be a positive thing, not only for the taxpayer. The insurance, I'm assuming, is going to be less on something like this than something larger. What they get mile per hour may get a little bit better. The fact that now we can warehouse parts, probably not much better, probably about half a mile. But we can, in our parts department, everything will be unified. It'll be lateral, with oil filters, all that good stuff, to where we're not stocking for 4, 5, 6 different kind of vehicles. We got one. That's going to help us benefit. But even above this, I think this is going to be a huge benefit to the people who utilize these services, especially under times with COVID, in situations, which right now we've got less on there and all. But the folks are going to be able to have less on here at a time, and that may sound like an odd thing, but from what I understand with the learning y'all put into it, this will still meet the needs of our community. It'll be good for those who are needing the dialysis and stuff. It's going to better meet the needs of our community. You said something that I think is very important for all of us counselors to hear and to let sink in. If we do not pass this evening, that doesn't mean we just move forward, quickly on something else. Y'all start over on the drawing board. And I think y'all have put a lot of work into this, and I fully support.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I have no one on my list. At this time, I'm going to ask for a voice vote. A yes or I will approve the contract with Creative Bus Sales. A no or nay will reject it. Activate your vote box when you respond. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. I have 10-0. Yes.
That's not possible. Counselor Sanchez is not here, or something spooky is going on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What was that all about, Ms. Huh?
Just want to make sure there wasn't something.
All right. Good point, Counselor Perry. All right. So the vote was 9-0. Counselor Sanchez was away. On to item number 10, Counselor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to, upon the recommendation of 3-0 from the Finance Committee, I make a motion that we approve the purchase of a 2021 Caterpillar 420 backhoe for use at the cemetery from Wagner Caterpillar.
I have a motion by Counselor Perry. Counselor, activate your motion box. And a second by Counselor Foster to approve the purchase of a backhoe for the cemetery. Ms. Hicks.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The cemetery backhoe is sort of a specialized piece of equipment. One of the things that's special about it is it's considered a compact backhoe, and so the footprint on it is smaller, narrower, than what you would have typically on a backhoe. So it fits between the gravestones, the grave markers that are already installed when they're digging a new grave. With a regular backhoe, they have to remove the gravestones on either side in order to go there to dig the grave. Also, the bucket is 3 foot wide for the cemetery backhoe, and it's flat on the bottom so that when it's digging that hole, it keeps it nice and square. When you use a normal backhoe, that doesn't happen, so the people that we have doing the work have to climb in the hole and square it up before the vault can be installed. Our current backhoe has all of those whistles and bells. However, it has an internal engine breakdown and a cracked boom, and they've estimated it at more than $30,000 to repair just those 2 items. However, the report that they have sent me is 17 pages long. So there's not just those 2 issues, there are multiple issues. So what we're asking is that you replace this backhoe, let us trade this one in and replace it with a little bit larger. The one we currently have is a 416 and this is a 420. Here's the bucket configurations that I was talking to you about. You can see the ones on the left are the ordinary ones, and the one on the right is the cemetery attachment. Also, it brings up problems with rules with OSHA. If you send anyone into a trench that is deeper than 5 foot deep, you have to do special things in order to keep them safe. And I'll stand for any questions. I also have Ruben and Jim Burris here if you need to ask them anything.
All right, thank you. I have Counselor Foster and Counselor Oropesa. Counselor Foster, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. My question on this one, is that when I was watching this on finance, I had the question of why not go ahead and buy a new one and repair the old one so that we have a backup? Because I believe, and that's the question for Ruben, what was our last quarter? How many burials did we have in our last quarter?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. 54 was the amount we did in December, and the last quarter was 126.
So 126 in 90 days?
That's correct.
Okay, and that was a winter, well, fall and winter mix, correct?
Correct.
If we had 126 during the summer when you were having to mow too? Exactly. Yeah. So my thinking is having a backup that is specific to digging the graves and having a regular one would be a good idea. And I mean, I know the 30,000, and that was one of the things I'd asked if we knew in the 30,000 for the repairs, plus it would cost us another $7,000 because we're not getting the trade-in.
Correct.
So we're talking, $37,000 more, and then having a viable backup to me makes more sense than
on the internet, I can purchase that same unit for around 28. So it would be more cost effective to just go buy a used one that we could use as a backup unit rather than repair ours.
Okay, so then I would like to make a motion to add a backup or repair, whichever is the least, into this, because I do think that trying to hit 126 over the summer would just, there'd be no way that we would be able to get everything done.
You know, Counselor Foster, that's a great idea. When I first started 14 years ago, we did have a backup, and that backup turned into what now we have a vibratory tamper plate that we use over at the Veterans. So when we did that, we lost our backup, but we gained the tamper or the Veteran Cemetery, because that's where we do the double depth.
Right.
And there is no way you're going to put someone in an 8-foot hole to tamp in flights and lifts. Is what we do there. So yes, we did have that backup at one time, and so surely if we continue with this 126, we are going to be in a lot of trouble.
So, Mayor, that's what
Okay, what we actually have before us is a sales agreement with Wagner. And so what I would like to suggest here, Counselor, is if Mr. Nebb will commit to bringing us another, at the future, a proposal to acquire a backup.
And I can answer that one right now, just so that you're understanding. Mr. Mayor, City Council, we are not interested in fixing the current unit that we have. What we are intending to do, because there is needs for backhoes in the water and sewer department as well too, we intend to purchase one of these tighter based units in the water department for the areas that they need to use that type of a unit there. Okay. And then that will serve as the backup for the cemetery. As that piece progresses through the utility, we will then assign it over into that. So we discussed that with Fleet, and that was our intent, was to do it that way rather than to try to fix this older unit that we don't know what the next part is on it. So
true, and as long as that one has the ability to have that is
correct.
Boom.
Is that the intent was to expand our fleet out at the water utility, so that, because we can use that narrower base as well too on those units, and so the intent is to have the utility get that for their purpose now. It serves as a backup for the cemetery if the need is there, and then as we progress equipment through our system, we will eventually assign that completely over to the cemetery.
So I will back off my motion, and I yield the floor. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Oropesa, and that exhausts my list. Councilor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm glad Councilor Foster brought that point up, because I was also going to bring it up, but and I didn't know that the discussion had already been taking place. But just a question for Ruben. From what I read, is this new Caterpillar it has the potential of going 12 feet deep, but you don't do 12 feet at the cemetery at the Veterans, do you?
We do 8 feet.
8 feet, so it'd be 4 per individual, or?
Yes, the first one to go will go 8 feet. And then after, the secondary will be above that person. Okay. But in South Park, it's 6 feet.
Okay. So if it's just one individual, it's 6 feet, and if it's
correct,
two,
and then it's yes,
8.
Yes, because our veteran cemetery allows the veteran and the spouse.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. And the point that I was going to make was that I thought it was important that the cemetery have the proper tools to work with. And of course, you know, I had been attending the cemetery commission, and I heard a lot of those complaints, or concerns, not complaints, but concerns of not having the proper equipment. And it seems like the cemetery is a hand-me-down type of section. You get equipment from other departments. So I was glad to see this. But the other thing I need to ask, because I understand that this is taken care of by the CARES Act funding. Is that right?
Essentially, yes. It is going to be taken care of by the cash on hand within our revenue account. So, which includes money that we had received through the CARES Act program.
So is there any additional CARES Act funding that they can use for other equipment at the cemetery, such as the lowering casket? I know at one time there was some problems with it. I don't know whether it's been resolved already or not. Or even improving the water system, the watering system out there at the cemetery.
And Mayor, City Council, we are happy to look at all of that. I cannot tell you tonight if there is money to advance to that level. All of the projects from every department should be on that capital project list so that the City Council can review that at any point in time to determine which projects are. We will never allow an employee to operate unsafe equipment in our departments, and so yeah, we need to continue to stay on top of that. I believe some of that equipment may be showing up on the list, but I don't know if it all is.
I know the watering system is on the ICIP. I don't know if it's on the short list or the long list. I'm not aware.
And we'll walk through that. I'm happy to go walk into this thing a little bit farther and help employees and our departments provide that information so that we can make the best decision as we move forward. I would just caution, based upon we are tiptoeing through the revenue that we have, the cash on hand. We're tiptoeing through that funds as we go toward the end of the fiscal year. And so if we can hold on some of those decisions so we can make a better decision based upon the city as a whole, I would appreciate that.
And when you're going through that decision-making, I hope you also keep in account that the cemetery has a perpetual care fund that hasn't been used in I don't know how long.
The Mayor, City Council, the Perpetual Care Fund has been utilized because it has went from, I believe, a few years ago, $1 million down to $300,000. And so it has been utilized for certain purchases out at the cemetery. So then that's why we really need to have all of that information on the table in order to make that determination. But the Perpetual Care Fund is also there to serve the cemetery when there is no new revenue coming back in as well too. And so that's the intent of a Perpetual Care Fund. So just, we look at those things on a regular basis, Counselor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I have no one else on my list. I'll ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the purchase of the new backhoe from Wagner Caterpillar for the use at the cemetery. A no or nay rejects the purchase. Please activate your vote box when you respond. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 10-0. Next up is
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, counselors.
Next up is item number 11. Counselor Perry.
Okay. I'm sorry, I was just waiting for the recognition. Yes, Mr. Mayor, at the recommendation of the Finance Committee at a vote of 3-0, I recommend for approval and make a motion for approval of the dissolvement of the remaining furloughs for fiscal year 2021.
I have a motion by Counselor Perry as soon as he hits the motion
There we
box.
go.
There you go. And a second by Counselor Foster, who is quick on the draw on the seconding, to waive or dissolve the remaining furloughs for fiscal year 21. Mr. Nebb.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, City Council, I'm here before you tonight to talk about changing some of the steps that we took early in the budget cycle to get here. Early in the 2020, I guess it's fiscal year 2021 budget, we included within that $31 million reduction 10 furlough days for every employee that we had employed. Through a course of a lot of different processes in order to bring our budget down $31 million, We reduced 100 positions within the department. We now have a crew of 540. Of those 100 positions that reduced, we provided 46 voluntary severances for employees that took early retirement or just decided that they would go out and try the market somewhere else. With that, because we were aiming for 30 employees to do the voluntary severances, we were successful with the 46 positions. We were successful in receiving additional money within the $5.5 million of CARES Act funds. And as you're well aware, our gross receipts tax had exceeded our expectations of the budget up until this point. What we believe is that we've already removed 4 furlough days that were in the latter part of last year. We still need to do a budget adjustment in order to do that. What I'm asking you to do is to remove the remaining 6 furlough days for 540 positions, which equates to about $160,000 a month, $960,000 for the remainder of the 6 months. And what we will do is as we walk toward the end of the year, we believe through the finance department, through all of our financial people, our city administration, we believe as we get toward the end of the year that if we get into a very tight part, if our GFT does not perform as well, we believe we have other alternatives outside of doing a furlough on our existing staff. And so as we've reduced the staff, we've asked for more from our employees. And what I'm asking you to do is to allow for the removal of the remainder of the furloughs through January through June. And we will be bringing back to you, if you make that decision, that consideration, then we will bring back before March. I believe we have a budget adjustment that will recognize all of these changes that we've made. So I stand for any questions.
Thank you. I have Councilor Oropesa. Councilor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think in that explanation, you kind of answered the questions that I had. But just to make sure that I understand it, you said that it's roughly 960,000 for the remaining of the fiscal year?
That is the estimate, because of course we have employees that are coming and going. So 960,000 was our estimate based upon what 540 jobs would equate to.
And I think I heard you say the city received 5.6 million for the CARES Act?
The city received 5.5 million, and we've utilized those $5.5 million in that initial CARES Act. We've utilized that money in order to cover all of our COVID expenses and cover the salaries of our public safety employees, predominantly which are out of the general fund.
So do we have anything left in the CARES Act funding?
There is the CARES Act funding did its job, and we paid for the salaries within the CARES Act money. We have received both of our requests for reimbursement back. So those funds are now essentially sitting in our cash on hand fund. Some of it has been spent because, again, we've utilized for different things. And so the conversation that we will be having with City Council is how to allocate those funds within the scope of our work.
So at this time, you don't have an idea, I mean, not specific, but a roundabout number as to how much we have in the CARES?
Mayor, City Council, let me answer this a little bit differently as well, too, because I think it might help. We sought $5.5 million worth of money in reimbursement. To date, our budget has performed better than our expectations to date. We are starting to see trends of the gross receipts tax lowering. So we don't know how the remainder of this fiscal year will operate. So we don't know how much of those funds may take to close out the budget through June. Okay. And so there is that $5.5 million was returned to us from the state through the CARES Act funding. And so it is essentially there within our account. And so it has done its job, and we have been reimbursed those expenses.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I have no one else on my list. At this point, I'll ask for a, excuse me, it's not a dry cough. I'll ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the dissolving of the remaining 6 furloughs in FY '21. A no or nay rejects that action. Counselors, please activate your vote box when you respond. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 10-0.
Mayor, City Council, I know the employees, thank you so much for having that faith in them.
All right, at this point, it's 8:07. I would like to propose a 8-minute break. We'll reconvene at 8:15. We are in recess.
You trying to hit me?
No. Yeah, looks like it's my night for.
You know, George. Yeah.
It was
Angela?
We were able better. And so, basically, they are the ones that call the shots. They stuff it. They can give benefits.
They're gonna know how much.
No, I don't.
Big guys.
Yeah. You know, I was ready to say. That's a good point. Oh, but it is like, it's like the
Councilors, please take your seats again. It's 8:15.
That's what our open.
As long as that's part of it, I don't, the other stuff.
Yep.
Okay, I've got 8:16. We're back in session. Everyone's present except for Counselor Moore. Is she on her way? Okay. Counselor Moore is in the room. Next item up is item number 12. Counselor Perry.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, forgive me. Just a moment to catch my breath. At the recommendation of the Finance Committee, a vote of 3-0 I would like to make a motion to approve the waiver of storage fees for airplanes stored at American Airlines at Roswell Air Center for November and December 2020.
I have a motion by Counselor Perry and a second by Counselor Foster to authorize the waiving of storage fees for American Airlines aircraft at the Air Center for November and December. Mr. Nebb.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, rather than read the slide, I'm going to go into just a little bit of detail. Just a reminder, I've covered this at a previous City Council meeting in my report, and we talked about this in length at the Finance Committee meeting. And so I just want to reiterate some of those points just to make sure you understand. Back in August, the City of Roswell's Air Center was on a list of 15 airports that American intended to pull all service out of due to the COVID restrictions and the response for that. At that point in time, Mr. Mayor Kintai, I know Deputy City Manager Mike Matthews, and a number of stakeholders within this group started making contacts to the federal government, to American Airlines, and everybody requesting that we maintain air transportation out of Roswell at that time. We were one of 2 air centers that were removed from that 15-member list. There was one other air center, so there was 3 that actually came off the list, but 2 that were removed that were in the same kind of condition. The other one was they had restricted flights that they had to maintain, and so we were very successful, and Mayor Kintai deserves a lot of thanks for that as far as leading that effort. At that point in time, after we salvaged that time, we knew that this had the potential of moving on. I think everybody is waiting for Congress to act in the CARES Act 2, and then to go into some other processes in order to maintain the ability to have these airlines keep all their employees and keep all the flights where they were at. American came back to us just in November, or actually in October. I believe they were here in October, and they said we would like to discuss the potential, as we're talking to our higher ups within the American Airlines. So we were talking to the government liaison. We want to make sure that we do everything possible in order to keep everything in Roswell. They have a soft spot for us, is what they were stating. If you remember, we had 3 flights to Dallas a day, to and from. We had 1 flight a day to Phoenix. All indications from American Airlines are those flights will return. It's just how soon. They are all American, and just like our small businesses, they are struggling the same way to try to keep their people employed, keep their business operating. So with all of that, we had a meeting in October with American Airlines, and we discussed ways of trying to help as we've helped with all of our businesses. American asked if we could potentially look at the ability to waive storage fees for the American Airlines planes that are parked out there for the months of October, November, and December. You can see the numbers up there on the screen. October 2020, as we discussed this as staff, as we discussed what American was needing, as we looked at the struggles that everybody has, we ended up administratively providing the initial October storage fee waiver of $58,608. The intent, as we looked at doing these waivers, was to make them occur after the end of the month, because we wanted to make sure that there was no other disruption to our flight schedule as well too. And so November and December, because it is over the $60,000 mark, when you cumulatively put these together, I would like to have City Council approval that it is okay to go ahead and move forward with November and December. You can see what the numbers are up there, $54,248 in November, and December is estimated at $55,000. And so the only other piece that I will share into this with that, other than the Finance Committee recommending 3-0, is that Mr. Espiritu from the Roswell Chavez County Economic Development Commission, our council, they provided a unanimous decision to support the waiver of these fees for the past 3 months. I know Mike is here if you wish to talk to him, but he has said that I could go ahead and report that it was a unanimous decision of the board for the EDC to support this waiver of these 3 months due to the importance of this asset. Mr. Mayor, I'll stand for any questions.
I have Councilor Foster, Councilor Moore, and Councilor Oropesa, and Councilor Roebuck. Councilor Foster, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Nebb, were these fees already built into our budget?
Mr. Mayor, City Council, no, they were not. These are all caused by the COVID restrictions nationwide that they needed to park these planes that could no longer be flown, and so this is not a part of the current budget.
So forgiving them won't hurt our budget for the airport?
This has no impact on our current year budget.
Okay, and for every plane that comes and parks here, do we have an estimate of how many jobs that it creates?
We do. I know that Mr. Mayor keeps a closer eye on that, and I would ask him to answer that. How many jobs are required in order to maintain these planes? Because these planes have to be maintained flyable even though they're parked.
It's approximately 240 hours to put an aircraft into active storage. Once they're in storage, they're basically it's every 2 planes creates 1 full-time job, and then when the planes are brought out, it's another 240 hours. Mr. Starks in the back there, did I get that correct? Hey, I got a high sign there.
And Mr. Mayor, City Council, we have approximately 500 planes out on the property.
Now, not all of those are in active storage. What I'm talking about here, that every 2 planes is a full-time job, or for aircraft that's in active storage. Those are the ones that are anticipated going back out. There are some that are due for the disassembly and then scrap.
Thank you, sir.
All right, and of those 500, though, not all of them are American Airlines, right?
They are not.
Okay. I yield.
I have Councilor Moore, Oropesa, and Roebuck. Councilor Moore, you have the floor.
Appreciate this idea. My question is it, what do you think the likelihood of us having to do this for any more, few more months or whatever? Do you anticipate that at all?
It's really, my crystal ball does not always work that I have sitting on my desk, Mayor, City Council. As we are slowly coming out of the COVID restrictions and everything, I would hope that we do not need to revisit, but we are, I think my hope within this whole structure is that we provide support to all of our businesses to some level. And so I would be happy to have that conversation with them. while the individuals we were talking to with American Airlines this go around could not guarantee that the flights would remain, what we asked for was for them to sit down with us because we would really like to have those flights all back in order to be able to move out of our community. And so we did get that guarantee that there will be further conversations with that. I will stop short of saying whether or not there will be future requests and everything. I would say that we are happy to talk with American Airlines on anything that we can help make them stronger as we try to make our community stronger.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I have Councilor Oropesa and Councilor Roebuck. Councilor Oropesa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I certainly understand the necessity of waiving these fees because it's very, very important that air service continues in Roswell. The problem that I'm having is determining why we as a city are going out of our way to waive $167,000, approximately $168,000. But yet we're not willing to look at the situation for our kids as far as fees are concerned. And I came in with the intent of not voting for it, but I'm going to go ahead and support it, and I would hope that we would consider looking at the fee structures once again. And because, you know, I would say a big majority of our families are struggling. And to put a fee on them to have to enter the zoo, the parks, or whatever the case may be, you know, I hope that we would be considered enough, that if we're considered enough to do it for the airlines, we would be considered enough to do it for our kids. Thank you.
Sir.
I have Councilor Roebuck, and then Councilor Perry. Councilor Roebuck, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can't emphasize enough how important it is for our community that we maintain commercial air service. And that's something that I appreciate the work the staff's done and the mayor's done and others. I'm so glad to have the EDC with an official vote chiming in and giving their opinion. We love that official vote coming from the EDC and getting what the EDC thinks officially. Did I say that enough times?
Yes, sir.
Did that get through? Good. But I certainly, I know we've discussed this, but I definitely want to make it, and just here at the council, I want to say it, that, you know, we need to be looking in and pursuing any means necessary to get that Phoenix flight back as well. Not all business goes through Dallas, and it's a crucial part. And what keeps us viable for so many business to happen here is that we do have air service. We have commercial air service, and we lose that commercial air service, then we get knocked down a couple rungs. And I don't know if that won't be good for anybody. So I'm excited that you're going back to the table to talk to American about getting that Phoenix flight back and getting all the Dallas flights back. Certainly, I know that we have citizens who want to use those flights, so hopefully it'll end up being just like, because we put money on the table for the Phoenix flight, and I don't believe we ever paid out much of a penny of it, did we?
On the Phoenix, yes, we
did. Okay. But eventually that expired, and they still kept the Phoenix flight.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, City Council. The Phoenix flight, we had a 2-year MRG, which is a minimum rate guarantee. We had partners from Rio Doso, Carlsbad, all of our communities around us assisted Chavez County in order to pay that MRG. By the end of the 2 years, when we started renegotiations as to whether or not we needed to extend the MRG, American said that flight is holding very well with the percentage of people that were flying in it. There was no longer a need for the MRG.
Great. Yeah. So I'm looking forward to that, and hopefully those will be swift negotiations to try to work and figure out, and even have to go that route again coming out of COVID, which is completely understandable. I think that it's a smart investment for us to make. I yield.
Thank you. I have Councilor Perry, and that exhausts my list, Councilor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say that this air service is a critical thing. It doesn't just help a certain few individuals. I mean, we have the situations. I remember an elderly lady some years ago that lived on South Lee down near South Lee Avenue near the 1500 block, who her name was Eva Douglas, a little African American lady whose grandchild died unexpectedly. And she was heartbroken because she did not have a way. She didn't drive. So she was not going to be able to get there. That airline allowed her to go and to be able to be with her family in a time of need that she wouldn't have had if she'd have just had Albuquerque or somewhere like that to go to. Not only that, though, but I want to say that having this airline here helps us. It may sound like we're spending money or giving or whatever it may sound like, but in the end, I can't imagine the amount of money we're saving by having them here, by the jobs that are saved by having them here, the ability. We have so many people who come in here to work, even those who are working on the American airline airplanes are utilizing the service. It is bringing in people who are utilizing in GRT and property taxes and different things. So I do absolutely support. I do want to say that I want us to, of course, recognize and remember that when we go back into negotiations, that we do things that are going to make it even better for our people in the future. Thank you.
All right, that exhausts my list. At this point, I'll ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye authorizes the city manager to waive the storage fees for American Airline aircraft for the months of October, November, and December stored at the Roswell Air Center. A no or nay rejects that authorization. Activate your vote box when you respond. All those in favor of waiving the fees signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 10-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, items number 13 and 14 were approved when the agenda was approved. We're moving on to item number 15, Councilor Perry.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. At the recommendation of the Finance Committee, and a vote of 3-0, I make a motion that we approve the loan, the resolution 21-03, which is the landfill loan for a compactor.
I have a motion by Councilor Perry as soon as he activates his motion button, and a second by Councilor Kennard to
Almost like Jeopardy.
Almost like that. Consider the landfill loan for a compactor. Mr. Fuentes.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor and councilors. The resolution before you is to authorize the loan for the compactor. The city council during the December meeting heard a staff presentation to replace the landfill compactor that was aging and in need of significant repair. The compactor from Wagner's cost about $1.2 million. RBC Capital presented two funding options: to use our own ending cash balance from the solid waste collection fund, and also the possibility of a loan. Because of the urgent need of the replacement of the compactor, the council did authorize the use of using the ending cash balance from the solid waste collection fund. However, since we do have two enterprises in the solid waste, the collection side and the landfill side, what's before you is consideration of the loan resolution to take out the loan, taking advantage of the low interest rates that are available right now under the landfill fund, and that would be paid through some of the user fees. So it would be set aside through the landfill. Right now, with the interest rate, we are looking about a little bit under $80,000 in interest for a 10-year loan. So at this time, we're looking for authorization from the city council to proceed forward with the loan.
Mr. Fuentes, before I go to the council, let me make sure I understand. This is a loan from one enterprise fund to another enterprise fund?
This would be a loan that would reimburse the solid waste collection fund.
But the source of the funding is outside or inside the city?
The source of funding would be from NMFA,
Okay,
and so it is an NMFA loan.
gotcha. That's why I just want to make sure we're all on the same page here. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
I have Councilor Oropesa. Councilor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I expressed this the last time that we talked about it, and my opinion is if we have the money to spend that will not put us in a bind, then we should just consider spending the money and save the 76+ thousand dollars of interest that we will be paying in 10 years. It doesn't make sense to me, just because of the low interest, to go ahead and just borrow because of the low interest. I think that should not even be a factor to consider, if indeed we have the money. Thank you.
And if I may add, Mr. Mayor and Councilor Perez, so there's two, again, as a separate enterprise, and this year will be, last year the council authorized the separation of our water, wastewater that were all combined. We separated those. Council also authorized the separation of the solid waste collection and the landfill as separate funds. So this will help us to establish each of these enterprises to be self-supporting with their user fees, including debt service, any capital. The landfill has over 100 acres of land that can be developed for landfill in the future. So there will be a need in the future to establish a self-sustaining landfill fund for a lot of their capital needs and improvements out there. So this will kind of help us establish that long-term goal of self-sustaining that fund.
All right, Councilor. I have Councilor Perry. That exhausts my list. Councilor, you have the floor.
I just want to give us as council a different way to look at that scenario. While interest rates are low right now, is a perfect time to take advantage of the market of loan rates right now. Because if we do spend the 1.2, though maybe we do have that right now. Number one, I'm still not gung-ho on getting on all the spending frenzy, which I'm not making an accusation of that to anyone. I'm just saying we still have another half of a year to go, and we're not seeing the increase. At this point, we had projected that we would have been going down and that we would be coming back up like this, and instead our spending went up. Now we're going on we started off with the high spending, but it looks like we're going, or a high income, and instead of, so we're seeing an X instead of a V, which is what we were hoping to see. So that's concerning to me with our income with GRT. So I think that while interest rates are low, is the perfect time to take advantage of it for this reason. To me, it's worth the $8,000 a year for the next 10 years, roughly, that when in 6 years or 4 years, when something comes up that's 1.2 or 1.5, if interest rates, God forbid, but if we see interest rates like we did in 1979, we'd be in a lot of trouble. I was born, but you know what I'm saying. People saw significant interest rates during that period of time. Not saying ours is going to get that high, but if we can get it this low, instead of paying 3 times the interest rate, which would still be a rather low interest rate, but we don't want to get into a climbing sequence to where when we do need to borrow money, we're having to borrow at a higher rate. It's going to save us money in the long run by doing it this way. I think it's better for our constituents.
All right, thank you, Councilor. At this point, I have the list is exhausted. I'm going to ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves Resolution 21-03 to consider a landfill loan for the compactor that has been purchased. A yes or aye authorizes Resolution 2103. A no or nay rejects it. Please activate your vote box when you respond. All those in favor of Resolution 21-03, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
I have a vote of 9-1 with Councilor Oropesa negative.
Thank you.
Item number 16 was approved when we approved the agenda. We now move to item number 17. Councilor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to approve Mayor Kentai's recommendations for the City of Roswell Labor Management Relations Board to be Rich Olson as the management representative, Scott Douglas as the neutral representative, and Pauline Ponce as the labor representative. These are all for one-year terms.
All right, thank you. I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs as soon as she touches the motion button, and a second by Counselor Foster. Mr. Patterson.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. This one, just for your background and refreshing your recollection on how this works, we as the employer will pick a representative, the unions will pick a representative, and then the two of them get together, those two representatives, and pick the third one. And so that's how we get these individuals that are before you. This is part of a larger process that we're going through to preserve our board and make sure that we don't have any issues there. You'll remember that in December, we had to, on the fly, quickly pass a new ordinance that was basically updating our Labor Management Relations Board ordinance to comply with new statutory requirements. And then we did get that submitted to the state on a timely basis. Now they are quickly inventing new hurdles for us to jump through almost on a daily basis. Now submit this, that's not good enough, now we need this. And so we are quickly getting to all of the things that they want. The next thing that the Labor Management Board will have to do is get new rules and regulations and submit those for approval to the state board. And then we'll go through a whole song and dance with that as they decide whether or not that meets muster. And anytime that we don't meet one of those shot clocks, the state will take away our board. So this is part of that whole process of making sure that one of the things that has to be the case is that all of our representatives, they've been continuously they've been continuously serving for a certain amount of time, and they continue to serve. And so this is part of that process that we meet all of those requirements. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
I have Counselor Kennard. Counselor, you have the floor.
Regarding this issue, I just wanted to make a note that we are on the first new business item, and it is 8:43. I'm just making a statement. This is not a question. When we rewrite our governing rules, based on the discussions that we had at our December workshop, perhaps we should consider penalties in our compensation for non-participation in committee meetings. The counselor who doesn't attend and participate in the committee meetings, but then pulls all the items off the agenda, that counselor in that meeting himself in December could not really articulate whether or not we needed 2 or 10 committees. There are those of us who attend committee meetings to ask and learn and hash things out.
Counselor, I'll ask you to stay on the subject matter.
I'm almost done. In order to present the best product to the council in public.
Thank you, Counselor. I have no one else wishing to speak on this matter. I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves these nominees. A no or nay rejects them. Please activate your vote box when you respond. All those in favor of accepting these nominees for these positions on the Labor Management Relations Board, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, 10-0. Next up is item number 18. Counselor Perry.
Mr. Mayor, based upon the recommendation from the Finance Committee and a vote of 3-0, I am, the way that I'm having to word this is I am recommending the MOU between Chaves County and the City of Roswell as laid out in the packet without well, how do I do this? We made a motion of without recommendation, but I'm going to make a motion, I guess, with for approval, correct? Okay,
Yes,
I want to make sure. That threw me off for a second. Well, I will make a motion that we approve the MOU between Chaves County and the City of Roswell as presented in the packet.
All right. I have a motion by Counselor Perry as soon as he activates his motion button. and a second by Counselor Peterson. Mr. Nebb.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, City Council, I'm going to run through a little bit of a history again on this issue, and then we'll bring it up to date, and I will set the stage for the further part of this conversation. So the reason that we are looking at a city-county MOU is that the legislature provided $5 million to the Air Center to Chavez County for spending up on the Air Center, a $5 million legislative funding. With that, there were some conditions as to what those funds could be used for, but the MOU comes about because we have until, I believe, February 24th or 25th, and there is a need to obligate 5% of that $5 million in order to hold on to that $5 million in this area. The MOU is to allow, because the county has the money, but it is our asset, it is to allow that money to flow from the state to the county to the city. That's why the MOU is required. At the Finance Committee meeting, as we discussed this, there were a couple versions of the MOU there, different drafts and everything from this MOU. The MOU that was presented at the Finance Committee is the MOU that Mr. Riggs, county manager, and myself negotiated the terms of that initial MOU. And then I'll show you the next slide. It was based upon a preliminary study that Armstrong provided to show what the cost could be contributed to for the $2 million. So the $5 million currently, as I understand it, is $3 million will assist with the large hangar project, which is called the Ascent, and then $2 million over on the southeast side of the Air Center. And so those were the intents, and I'm going to show you a picture of the southeast side. From the Finance Committee meeting, because it came without a recommendation, the request of Councilor Perry was to put together a meeting with the County Commission and individuals from the City Council. Those representatives was Mayor Kintai, Councilor Perry, and Councilor Stubbs, myself, and members of the commission was Commissioner Cavan, Commissioner Azell, Bill Williams as the interim county manager, and Senator Tim Jennings was invited to that conversation because Senator Jennings was the initiator of how this request started within the legislature. So, and you can read the slide as to what the MOU kind of pertains to. This was the map that was within what my initial request for Armstrong, because again, it's really hard to determine anything without any information. So this map here shows water lines, which are in the blue. Red is the sewer line, and then the green is improvements for a road to that point. And in the conversation that we had between the city and the county, there was further conversation about what the scope of this project should look like. And so this one here is based upon earlier information. This project here, all by itself, for that side, by replacing the water line, the sewer line, and the street, I believe is a $6.2 million estimate of this project if we were to try to put all the infrastructure in the ground. At this point in time, I know that Mayor Kintai, Councilor Perry, Councilor Stubbs were in that same meeting, so I would lean on them and their guidance within this whole process to share what that conversation went like. The MOU, I should say the last part of this MOU is a version that was amended because Councilor Stubbs made some corrective language within it. So the MOU in here is the current MOU negotiated by Mr. Riggs and myself with the amendments of the verbiage and the language within the agreement. I'll stand for any questions, or I'll try to help where I can.
All right, I have Councilor Best, Kinnard, and Perry, and Roebuck. Councilor Best, you have the floor.
Okay, I've been quiet for too long tonight, so here we go. So when I first started as a counselor back in 12, I was very interested in getting the county to work with us more hand in hand. Throughout the 9 years I've been here, that hasn't worked. We've tried more than once to work with them, and it just seems to fall apart every time. So what we share, and I may be wrong, but I think I'm right, what we share with the county is animal control. They pay us a little bit for that. We also share the communications, and we also share the trash. We have a contract with that.
And Mayor and Council, also fire protection.
Okay.
Because we do contribute to emergency services for emergency services outside of the city, not for, well, it's for fire protection outside of the city, not emergency services.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's another
So
question.
I'm sorry to get in
That's
your way.
okay, that's okay, that's another
Because
question
I wanted to make sure I
later.
shared that one as well too, because that is a considerable expense for the city.
Yeah, exactly, and that's another conversation for another time. Anyway, so when I didn't have this map, for one thing. What I sat in was on the MOU at Finance, which doesn't seem to me to have enough teeth. Then I went back and tried to figure out how we got the money, or how the county got the money. So we go completely back. The city didn't know anything about this until the list came out on the ICIP, or the whatever they call it, capital outlay. So we were kind of blindsided by this. So there's no plan. And I'll back up a little bit. A lot of the commissioners didn't even know this was going on. There was a commissioner that was spoken to, had not a clue what was going on. So the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing over there. We've pretty much had a civilian that's gone to Santa Fe and appropriated money for the county, and in that appropriation has communicated with the person that gave him the money, this is where it's going to go, this is how we're going to do it, and the city wasn't informed that it was going to go on our property. So that was my first target point, was why was the city not approached? Okay, my next target point is, who did the research on this? Is there an idea of if we build it, they'll come? And is it warehouses? Is it houses? Do we have a clue of even what they're doing?
Mayor, City Council, and Councilor Best, I do not know what the plan was in order to do that, other than the intent was to develop the southeast corner. I guess the only explanation that I've been provided is 3 words: jobs, jobs, jobs.
Okay. So, and I did not look for this, and I don't know if anybody can answer me. Barry might be able to, because he looks at the abstracts and everything. Is there any county property close to that area that they could have used on their own without, because the city doesn't have any plans for this corner. As far as I know, the 9 years I've been here, we've never had any plans for that corner. I believe Mystic is out there. The dragway, the racing is
Drag
out
strip,
there.
yes.
So that's pretty much all that's out there, if I'm correct. Am I correct on that?
Mayor, City Council, yes, you are correct on that.
Okay. So my biggest issue is, one, they did not contact us whatsoever. They just went willy-nilly out on their own, put our property up to the governor and said, here you go, we're just going to build here, right here, and we think it'll bring jobs. Well, they had a problem with us earlier when we were trying to vote on a public safety building, and we didn't have a plan. Well, they don't have a plan. So there's another point made. No plan, let's see. I was wanting to know why some of the commissioners had no clue what was going on. Again, the left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing. Do they have of course, you were saying that they were going over to another building over on the other side. We would put the infrastructure down. They had somebody to build the building and somebody to rent the building. Are there contracts for that? And I've learned throughout my business career, handshakes don't count anymore. They did in my dad's world, they do in the age of some of our commissioners, but in today's world, they don't count. So are there any other MOUs? Are there any other contracts with these other people? Have they done the homework of moving forward, or are they just throwing it at us?
Mayor, City Council, at this point, there is a letter of intent between the county and the state and the Ascent, the business that was desiring to go out there. Short of that, there are no other completed agreements on that deal today.
And you said those are just MOUs?
It's a letter of intent.
A letter of intent.
It's a letter of intent. There is no legal binding with the letter of intent, but it is that, not doing it politically correct, will continue to date.
Okay, so Parker, with a letter of intent, could we be left out, hang out to dry? Could they say, okay, we don't want to give any more money, we're not going to get any more, you've got to figure it out?
Yeah, I think the city manager summed it up pretty well. Yes.
Okay. I'm going to kick in a story here that Dennis read, or his scenario that he did this morning on 106.5, that he goes to before every council meeting, and then he'll go in the morning. He's very good at that. And this is kind of like how it goes. I might add a little bit more, but okay. So let's say your neighbor won the lottery, okay, and they looked at you and they said, you know what, we're going to come over and build a bedroom at your house. And you're going to say, okay, I really could use a kitchen or the master bathroom redone. And they said, no, we want to build a bedroom here. And the owner of the house goes, well, why? And he says, well, just because we want to build a bedroom here. Well, in the bottom of the scenario, why are you building it on your neighbor's property? You know, are you going to increase the value of the block? Yeah, but not for you. I mean, your house isn't going to increase at all. Then my other question kind of goes with this. Since this bedroom is on this other person's house, the person that had the lottery money, are they going to pay for the upkeep of that room on that house? So is the county going to pay once the infrastructure's down and hopefully they come, you know, they could have gone about it in a different way and had a we'll build the suit, but I haven't heard that one yet. But vacant pipelines under the ground, they don't sit that long. They didn't at the ranch when I tried it with a water trough. I was hoping the rain would come, I could increase my livestock. Didn't work, so it's just an abandoned line. So this tells me since we don't have a plan, we're putting abandoned lines in the ground. So that's another one of my problems. Now we're going to go to the fiscal agent and the third party of the money situation. So let's say we get this money, it's appropriated, which it already is, and the city has in this MOU, we are the ones that are going to do the building, we give it to the county, we have to wait 30 days for our money, so forth and so on. Is this MOU binding if they don't get it done? That we're able, I shouldn't say I don't have faith in the county, but we haven't done a lot of business with them, and from them not coming and communicating with the city of Roswell to do this, I can't say I don't have the faith because I'd like to have the faith, but it's a stretch. It's a real stretch. So I'm kind of wondering if this MOU won't work for the payment. No answer.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't answer, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I was just waiting to make sure that you wanted an answer to the question.
Okay.
I really believe that we will want to have an additional document on top of the MOU in order to cover that level. The MOU just, again, it says that we will operate within the scope of that MOU. I would say that, you know, anybody that is receiving those ICIP dollars has another contract with the state in order to flow that money through there. We would want to have those same protections for our side because of the way this thing has been constructed.
Okay. Another question. The FAA, do they have to be informed of this corner being worked on? Is this in their flight? Mr. Stark, stand up. Is this in their flight path, and has anybody contacted them on doing so? And I assume Roswell would have to do it because that's our property. The county wouldn't wouldn't know or doesn't do it.
Yeah, you would be correct. Any construction that's done on the airport, the FAA does get contacted so that they can do an airspace study and determine any interference or if there's radio frequencies involved, all of those things, the full spectrum of the idea of that construction going on. So it does have to be approved to a certain level. It's different than if they're funding it, but they do have to at least approve and say, rubber stamp, this is okay.
So would it have been a wise choice to do this before we appropriated the money and said it goes here and nowhere else? Just throwing that out there. You don't have to.
So not 100% sure what the county's proposing out there, but we do have some plans for tentative things that could go out there at any time. So if we're talking about those things, those have already been approved, but we're not sure that's what they're talking about.
Okay. So I'm going to round this back around again. Again, I didn't have this picture before. The blue lines and the sewer line, the red line, are those already in the ground?
No, if you, Mayor, City Council, if you look on the map, there are black lines that wrap around the Mystic Building and everything. Those are the existing lines that are in the ground. The nice thing about where we were at with this project is that this replaces the current infrastructure that we would like to. So, and it upsizes the line. It serves current customers. The water line that is currently in the ground is a transite pipe, which means it's asbestos lined. And so we have about 75 miles of asbestos lined piping. So in our minds, our estimation, replacing that is a good thing. Upsizing it is another good thing. Our challenge becomes that as you get away from our current customers, it becomes more challenging as to the value of that, I think, as Councilor Best has alluded to within that structure. So there is water and sewer there, but these would be to replace those older lines with a new line, as well as you can see that the improvements of, that's a portion, and the green line is the portion of Weil Road and entering onto that property just south of where that 1166, I believe, is the correct term for that, where the business Mystic is located right now.
Okay. So my next statement is, it's been estimated that it's going to cost about $20 million to put all the infrastructure in the southeast corner. So I'm going to put in another 10 mil just for change orders, because that always seems to be the way that government works. You have change orders. So now we're looking at 30 mil on this job. We've been allocated 5 million through the county. So here's where my faith kind of slides away again. They went and asked for another 5 mil, didn't bother to ask us. So the first time that I'm personally having issues with them not asking us and working with them. They wanted teamwork, but now the second time they've come in and didn't bother to ask us again. So that's only 10 million. So now we need another 20 million to finish up the corner that they're wanting to do, and who knows where that money's going to come from. Will Roswell be hung out to dry, or is this the pipeline to nowhere, which I've owned one of those. Those are not good. I'm just really uncomfortable that we can't play together and sit in a room and talk and communicate, and as simple as say, hey, we're going to go get some money for you, Roswell. And I also heard that we were asked if we wanted this money first, and that we refused. That is a bull-faced lie. So among not talking with Roswell and then telling lies, I'm having a real problem here. I think the county really needs to look at themselves, and if they want to work with Roswell, let's work. Let's not dance around a tree and duck and hide. So I'm sure I might have something else, because I was so flabbergasted, my notes are just all boggled. So I'll yield for now. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor and City Council, if I can answer just a little bit of that, because during the meeting, the meeting that we held with the city and county just recently here, interim county manager Bill Williams and I had a conversation, because the point of that second 5 million was brought up in that conversation as well. Mr. Williams asked that we sit down together and amend the language that has been presented to our legislators for those funds. So I believe that we are seeing, and I know that everybody here got a copy of my report that I sent to Commissioner Cavan with my concerns of continuing on with exactly not working closer together. And I believe that I have some assurances, but again, take them for the grain of salt. But I know that we will have a further conversation on that other $5 million that has just been previously requested for, to have a better conversation with us. And so I want to make sure you understand that, because I believe that I believe everybody is learning as we go forward.
Well, I'm willing to work with them too if we all communicate. And
Thank
this may be the first step to communication, but I don't know. I'm kind of a loose cannon when it comes to stuff like that.
Yes, ma'am.
I always look on the downside when I probably should look positive, but that's my history.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have Counselor Kennard, Counselor Perry, Counselor Roebuck, and Counselor Foster. Counselor Kennard, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. So we had one of the commissioners come to our finance meeting, and this is probably the first conversation that I had with anybody from the county regarding this money. And when he came to for public discussion, he was almost impatient with us. And I found that to be pretty frustrating, in that this is the first time this has been in the public at our finance committee meeting. So I'm going to be a broken record from finance. I'm also going to be the Riddler, because I just have too many questions about this money. It was encumbered without discussion or planning or input from the city leaders, counselors, or staff that deal with these issues, to include the airport, engineering. This has the potential of putting the city in a bad position financially. Any infrastructure project, as Mr. Nahar mentioned with the Boys and Girls Club, you end up with additional costs that weren't foreseen, because once you get in there, you find other issues. So there could be more costs than what was originally planned or allocated. There's a lot of questions that need to be answered, and we've not received really any solid answers. And these aren't for you to answer or anybody else. You wouldn't know these answers. But why would the county request money on behalf of the city? I don't think that we would do that for the county. Why isn't the city given the authority to be the fiscal agent? Why are there no county officials here to speak to these issues? Is it customary for a governing body to request funding for another body, and the requesting body gets to decide the use? I mean, I've not been at this for very long, but it just seems odd to me. And I think somebody stole that example that I used, because that's how I could relate it, is if I were to go tell my neighbor, I'm giving you money to go put this on your property. That just doesn't lie in my book. But another question that I have, a concern, is what if, with the county being the fiscal agent, they deny an invoice? Because the invoices need to be sent to the county needs to send them to the state. You know, I mean, I feel like there's too many questions. I don't plan on supporting this MOU. Thank you.
I have Counselor Perry, Counselor Roebuck, and Counselor Foster. Counselor Perry, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Several things. Let me start out. There's things that I had not planned on speaking about, but that have come up in conversation. I appreciate all of our members here. We're going to differ, I think, to some degree on some of this. I do want to say that, and this is not meant in any kind of jab whatsoever, but it's been mentioned, why are there no county officials here to speak? Within that meeting, I think we did have, and I see the mayor agreeing with me, we did have commissioners that had the desire or was willing to be here. The mayor wants to keep decorum. He wants to keep things flowing correctly, I believe. So the suggestion was made from the mayor that he felt like it was in the best interest for maybe them to allow the city to do the business here this evening. Is that a proper way of saying that? I don't want to put words in. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
That is correct.
Okay. So that would be why we don't have a county representation here this evening. A couple of things we need to recognize. An MOU is just what it says. It's a memo of understanding. It's not a binding contract. It is not a LOI. It is an MOU. It's a memo of understanding. And memos of understanding can very easily be negotiated between the parties to be changed at any specific point. As a matter of fact, in this particular MOU, under specific conditions of number 2 and paragraph 6, this MOU will not be modified unless done in writing and signed by all parties. So I wanted to just address that. One thing I need to address immediately to take care of, and I'm hoping, Mr. Mayor, that we can just have consensus amongst the governing council to allow this. One thing that within the meeting that we had, there was some concerns over scope number 1, paragraph 3, over that paragraph being there. There was a somewhat, I would say, mutual understanding in the room to some degree that we would strike the word will, the city will instruct, and put the word the city may instruct. The reason for that is there was talk within the discussion that the funding that came within the scope of understanding of the southeast side. Because of the wording of southeast side within it, there was a desire from the commission for that wording to stay. Yet the commission, or I shouldn't say the commission, the commissioners that were there that day, I don't want to give the idea that there was any kind of final agreement made, but the commissioners that were there recognized that we may not need the enhanced parking for the aircraft. It seems like, I'm looking at Mr. Stark, we're starting to see planes leave, planes come, and planes leave. We're seeing a little bit of a turnaround. With that, I would say as the new administration comes in and the new Senate and new Congress look at things, there may be other monies that are considered to get airlines going up again. I don't know. But right now, parking does not seem to be an issue. Would that be a fair statement?
That would be a fair statement. At this time, the space that we have out there, really for the last several months, since about the end of July, we've had a pretty steady state in terms of numbers. There's a lot of movement, airplanes coming in, airplanes going out, but the overall numbers are breaking about even, and we still probably can put anywhere from another 50 to 80 airplanes in the space that we have. So as long as those numbers aren't going up, there's really no anticipated need for expanding the parking area.
So under the general MOU that we have here, instead of striking that completely, we don't know what the future holds. We don't know if this COVID takes another sequence that we were not seeing. This allows for the verbiage of may to be put there to where if it was needed, we still have that option. So, Mr. Mayor, if I could stop right now and just ask if there's a consensus, if you would ask.
Nope. You want to do an amendment? An amendment. The difference between will and may are significant. Those are not trivial typographical changes. So, Counselor, if you're wishing to make a motion to amend the MOU, please do so.
Mr. Mayor, with all due respect, just a point of order. Do you have the ability to tell me that I cannot ask the council for consensus?
I am telling you, I am making a ruling from the chair that to change the document requires a motion to amend.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to respectfully disagree with you, but because I feel this is probably going to get a little bit stronger than what we're dealing with right now, I'm going to submit to that. And but let me just say, as I say that, I want this council to consider and understand and recognize this is $5 million, and I have a feeling, a rather prophetic feeling, that we're going to hear some other sides on this here in just a little while. I want to say that we are looking at the potential of jobs with the new hangar, the large hangar project within this. I'll speak about that later. This is not trivial. $5 million is not trivial. At this point, we can argue all day long as to whether or not, how, why, should have, why didn't they, why weren't we? We can do that all day long, but this is where we are, and we have $5 million, $3 million with a potential going to immediate potential of breaking ground for new jobs. So I want to, as I make this motion, just encourage those thoughts as I do so. I make a motion to amend the current MOU between Chaves County and the City of Roswell as presented to strike the word will in scope, paragraph 3, and replace with the word may, which would read, the city may instruct Armstrong Consultants Incorporated to develop a plan to increase enhanced parking for aircraft in the southeast side of the Roswell Air Center.
I have a motion by Counselor Perry. Do I have a second? A second by Counselor Foster. Counselor Foster, in the scope 1 under paragraph 3, striking the word will, replacing it with may. We are now on a motion to amend. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion to amend?
Mr. Mayor, I will just say that I've not ceased, after we're done with this, I've not ceased the floor with this.
No, you will still have the floor.
Thank you.
Any other discussion or debate on the motion to amend? Counselor Oropesa on the motion to amend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I heard Councilor Perry say we will hear from the other side. Did I hear that correct?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, that's correct. That's what Mr.
They are going to come up and speak?
No,
No.
sir.
Counselor.
I feel that there may be other positions besides mine that will be heard tonight, so I appreciate that correction. That there may be other sides versus my personal feelings about this, I believe will be heard tonight.
Okay. Well, I guess the problem that I have is I truly do want, if we want to have that, what do we call it a while ago, a play together situation and trust, I think it would be important to have the county here before taking action on making amendments to the MOU and see, because they are the ones, the fiscal agent. So I'm not inclined to support the amendment basically because I don't see what their stance is on the other side. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I have Counselors Foster and Roebuck on the amendment.
I've had conversations with one of the commissioners, and their stance that from my perspective of his stance on this is they've been waiting for us to develop an MOU. And so this is not like the may-will is a make or break issue on it. This is supposed to be our MOU that we've created and sending to them.
Mr. Nebb, do you want to address
Mr.
that?
Mayor, City Council, this may help because this was the conversation that we had there. That clause is related directly to enhanced parking for these storage planes out there. Our request to the county commission was to remove and strike that term from the agreement completely. The county commissioners that were in attendance of that said, why lock ourselves down with, just in case? And so they recommended leaving it into the agreement and changing the word from will to may. And I believe, so the county commissioners that were involved in that negotiation, that conversation, the interim county manager, were in agreement that they would rather keep that entire section in the agreement, but change the word. So I think that'll help clarify, because I think there's some confusion about how that conversation went, and I would ask that any of the others that were attending that meeting, that was my understanding.
And that's what I was trying to say. This is won't be a bone of contention with them. I believe.
All right, Councilor Roebuck on the amendment. Okay. Before we go forward, Mr. Neb, this was drafted by the county, was not drafted by you, correct?
Mr. Mayor, that is correct. This, and this was it was my contention that because this is money that was provided to the county, we did not want to prepare the MOU. Now, I will state as well, so that you have a little bit of that background, we did have a conversation of potential projects that went through infrastructure. We never prioritized them at that point in time, but we were discussing which ones we would like. And there were other projects on that list that were more important through our process and everything. But I would say that's where we were at with that. So this MOU was prepared by county manager at the time, Mr. Riggs.
All right, we are on a proposed amendment. Any further discussion, debate on the proposed amendment? Seeing none, I will ask for a roll call vote on the amendment. A yes or aye strikes the word will in the scope section, paragraph 3, and replaces it with the word may. So it will, paragraph 3 under scope would read, the city may instruct Armstrong Consultants, etc. A no or nay rejects the amendment. Ms. Call, please call the roll.
Counselor Peterson.
Yes.
Counselor Stubbs.
Yes.
Counselor Best. Counselor Moore.
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa.
Yes, with an explanation, please.
Counselor Kennard.
No.
Counselor Foster.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez. Counselor Perry.
Yes.
Counselor Robeck. Yes. Motion passes 9-1.
Okay, Councilor Foster, his vote box didn't. Did you get that, Councilor Foster? Okay, so we're 9-1.
Or Stephanie got it, thank you.
Councilor Oropesa, to explain your vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I voted yes because, again, I have that concern, but I am assured by Counselor Perry and Joe that this was an issue of discussion and that they did accept the change. Thank you.
All right, we are now on an amended MOU. Councilor Perry, you still have the floor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As we move through on this MOU, a couple of things. Number one, we need to recognize and remember the county's not building anything. The county has recognized that they cannot build anything on our property. They cannot do that. The state will not be building anything on our property. This will be something that we will be doing and will be getting a reimbursement for. Whether we agree on how it went through or why it went through or what the ins and outs of this are, something that I hope we can all agree on is something that Joe said is the creation of jobs. We have an opportunity, and I guess the best way to put this into perspective is give my perspective of how that meeting went. The mayor invited Senator Jennings in, which I think was a very good idea that should have been thought of earlier, but he brought him into the conversation so that there was everyone could be heard at that meeting. I think that there is a desire to see plans to some degree for development all the way down to the southeast corner and then moving towards the north as well, or to the west, wherever that line goes as well. But in that conversation, my recollection of that conversation is that the state is not looking for, in the preparation of plans, in high definition detailed plans. They're not looking for the condition of the soil and the tempered of this, or the land lay. They're not looking at all that. They're looking at rough estimations of work is what I'm understanding. That's what I took out of the meeting. They're not looking for the grandiose completed plans to start a ground break and move forward with running pipe all the way down. He wanted to see those rough views brought forward. I understood, and I can't speak for everyone, but my recollection is that as the mayor presented, starting that line where you see on the on the map there and running it right there at Mystic gives us the ability to tie into Mystic, which would be a huge update to that facility, and also would be very beneficial to the people who live in the county across Wyo Crossing that are utilizing city line services as well. So it would be an upgrade that we would see an immediate need met right there. The discussion was had about the large hangar project, which my understanding and my recollection was I didn't hear anyone within that seemed to be against that at all. Very positive in moving forward with that conversation. There was discussion about the other hangar in the doghouse. That from part of that conversation was the potential possibility of with the additional monies that we could potentially be receiving, that could a potential part of that could go to that as well. When I went into the meeting, with 3 copies of the MOU. That would have been the original one that the county provided. It is their MOU. It's their MOU that they're providing to us. The one that Councilor Stubbs re-put together and put correct verbiage and moved things around to make it what it needed to be properly made. And then the third would have been corrections that Mr. Mayor would like to see within the memorandum of understanding. During that, I don't know, 2.5 hour meeting, I don't remember how long it was, I'm going to say 2-hour meeting, there was a lot of discussion about a lot of future potentials. There was a lot of discussion about how the money is allocated and about LEDA money and all the other things that we're looking at, and some reimbursements of coming through. There wasn't a whole lot of discussion from any of the parties, neither from the county, nor from myself or Councilor Stubb, nor from management, nor from the mayor, on specific places within the MOU in a immediate request, except for the scope and paragraph 3. Now, that's my recollection. I could be wrong on some of that. But there was nothing that was presented and asked for to be directly removed or directly changed during that meeting. The county felt like they were okay with what they were seeing, and that's where we came out of it. Was it a perfect meeting? No, but I think that it was a start to the ability to have open dialogue and to start getting past and start to heal some of the wounds that may be there and open right now, so we can work together in the future. So I plan to support this MOU as being presented and having been amended as well this evening, because I believe it's something that the county can also approve as well, and we can get on its way and get the potential 5% spent before the deadline, or not spent, but encumbered by February the 25th, instead of us taking something drastically different, sending it to the county, them drastically changing, sending it back, and us going back and forth and running out of time and losing the potential. My focus is on the primary understanding and hopeability, if that's a word, of the large hangar project consideration. So that's where I stand at this point. Thank you.
I have Councilors Roebuck, Foster, Peterson, Kennard, and Stubbs. Councilor Roebuck, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, a question for, I guess, Joe and maybe Parker, and then I'll get into some of my thoughts. So the MOU, and I just want to be very clear about this. The MOU, if something happens down the road, the MOU cannot be used to sue the city into any sort of action. Is that correct?
I can't promise that.
You can't promise that.
Mr. Mayor,
maybe let me ask the question differently. Does the MOU bind the city to any particular action?
That is exactly what the lawsuit that you are inferring would be about.
Sure.
So just to give kind of an explanation in a general sense, because I don't want to give a legal conclusion right now in a public meeting about what I think about this, but I will say that just for informational purposes, what makes something contractually binding or not is not the title of the document. You can't just say MOU, therefore it's not, right? A classic memorandum of understanding is literally just that. We're just going to put in writing a recognition of the facts as we understand them, right? And there's no trading back and forth of any promises or expectations that you're going to do this and I'll do that. Once you start getting into the area of, if I do this, I'm relying on you to do this back for me, right? That starts to get into a contract. And once you have that exchange of promises, now you're in the contractual world, and that can turn into a legally binding type of thing. And it doesn't matter whether it's in writing, it doesn't matter if you call it what you call it, it's about the substance of the agreement.
Sure.
So that,
Okay, so, do you want to add anything to that, John?
Just really quickly and briefly is that the intent of that MOU is to obligate the $250,000, 5% of that $5 million. And I think that's where the conversation with the Finance Committee went, where Mr. Mayor was there and asking for more specificity within that agreement because of those conditions and exactly where Mr.
Sure.
Patterson is at. So the idea is to obligate. I would go back to where Councilor Perry had talked about that one clause in there about being
Sure.
able to adjust the
Sure.
MOU as well.
So I guess then my next question for you, Joe, is since I don't think I'm going to lawyer answer from this one is, do you feel based on that agreement that we will be able to be manipulated in any way to do something that we don't feel is in our best interest?
Mr.
I know
Mayor,
that's
City,
a loaded
City
question,
Council,
but
I do not feel that it could happen that way. Even this map here that we're showing here is a draft. There is already conversation within the city that we would rather have the water and sewer lines on the south side of the Mystic building because we want it closer to the road because it serves more purposes for that. We believe that we believe that we have that ability.
Let's take that idea there. So let's just say that the city says, no, we want them on the south side of Mystic. The county comes back and says, we don't agree to that. And then the deal falls apart, or can we be compelled to put line in regardless? That is my question.
I would say that as this is not an exhibit to the MOU, we cannot be compelled to do it exactly how this is drafted. Even though we utilize the information
and so
to
then
prepare the MOU.
So then as far as the, and again, these are hypothetical, but I think they're very important. So as far as then, if we come to a disagreement on execution of the of the understanding of what we understand there, and can we just walk away from it? That, I think that's my question, because I think that's kind of the crux of this whole finagling, and I'll let you think about it some more. Maybe I'll talk and you can give me a better answer. That's great. But I think that for me is the thing. And the sad thing is that this is on top of an already dicey negotiations that we are in to try to talk about, about the next generation of direction of the airport. This is so much the horse before the carriage. This should come after those situations are nullified. And so, I am certainly disappointed at the way that this has come down. I can't imagine that Senator Jennings, who I have a lot of respect for, and I appreciate everything he's done for his community, didn't realize that this was going to happen if this unfolded this way. And the problem I have with that is, some of us on the council, hopefully all of us, we're trying to work in good faith with the county to get more resources to move the airport to the next level. It's a very, very difficult courtship right now, and then of course, and then the new request, the ICIP through the county, it's making that courtship. I mean, we're just making it as darn impossible as we can possibly make it. In an earlier meeting, talking about the same $5 million that I was a part of, and I'm glad I didn't have to go through the next round of the meetings. The county was completely clear, or at least the spokespeople for the county that were there at that meeting, that and I will quote, "We don't want to run the airport." They either said run or manage. And part of running or managing any organization is the day-to-day, and part of running and managing an organization is the long-term planning. And so what's happening here is I'm hearing two things from the county. Is we don't want to, but we think you should do this in the southeast corner. And this is a cause to me for great concern. And it's a cause when we're trying, in this time that we're trying to build good faith with the county, and that, believe me, that is my goal and objective. I don't really care who got their feelings hurt and who got their toes stepped on. I really don't. I want to get the stuff moving forward. But it is our responsibility to provide the long-term planning for the airport. And that really, ultimately falls on you, Joe, and your staff. And then, of course, anything that you feel necessary to bring up to the council. But you're the end of that line. And so I really struggle with that piece of it. I can let all the other stuff go, but you're telling me, I'm hearing two things. And so I think I really sympathize and understand the concern the mayor has. They have not been taking actions that say, hey, trust us. And believe me, I want to trust them, and we're going to keep working to build that trust. But that's put us in a really hard spot, and I think that has to be acknowledged and expressed, that we are in a really hard spot with this. And it's making all the other things that are much more important than this $5 million. Figuring out the long-term thing to where we can get something, hopefully, that makes sense, that this can get through this council, perhaps, to move us, continues moving us forward. And so, I will probably vote for this in a show of good faith, but I don't want it to be an unqualified show of good faith. And as I've expressed to you personally, I want to express in this meeting, the property is our property. We are the ones, it belongs to the people, as the county commissioner has pointed out to me many times when we use that phrase, so I'll use that phrase. The property belongs to the people. We are entrusted to manage it on behalf of the people. We are entrusted to manage it. So I think the city, we like working with people. We work with people all the time, different private sectors, governments, whatever. We work with all kinds of people in every area of every line of business. We need to establish for this next $5 million, if it comes down the pipe, say, okay, you want to do something, bring an idea, bring the whole, before we talk about the money, bring the whole idea, take it to staff. If the staff likes it, let staff bring it to infrastructure committee. If infrastructure committee likes it, then let's just like every other person who works with anybody else with the city. I think about the folks with the bicycles. I mean, very, very small thing, but here are some people, an outside organization, they had some money. They wanted the city to use this money to do a bicycle program that I'm sure got canceled because of COVID, but hopefully will come back. And what did they do? They brought the idea to staff. Staff worked on it. And they brought it to committee. We worked on it, and we brought it up to council. That's the way the city operates. And we cannot, I don't care how big the dollar number is, we cannot just change the rules willy-nilly because somebody's throwing around a lot of money. We can't do that. We function for specific reasons, and it's really to protect the interests of the people. No matter how much, especially if somebody's throwing around a lot of money, because we don't want money to override what's in the best interest of the people. Now, I think, as you've been working on it, I know the mayor's been working on it, we've come to hopefully a reasonable compromise about here, because I think the city's getting something that we feel like it's not a waste of money, because that's the other thing too. Some people have said in these conversations that, hey, it's $5 million. You're not going to say no to $5 million. But I tell you what, I'm not going to vote for something that is a waste of $5 million of taxpayers' money. I don't care if it's coming from our GRT or the state's GRT or the feds. I don't care where it came from. I don't want that on my record, that I voted for a project that was $5 million that was just a waste of money. And that's where we are. It's not just because it's not from our budget, we're not responsible for it. And so we need to be very prudent in some ways, especially because it's not from our budget. If you give me money and say, please go do something with it, as, you know, and I go do something with it, it's not productive, it's like, well, then I've lost faith with you. And so we can't, and this is our project, like it's been expressed. So I think those are all very, very strong considerations that we have to think about, and I think as we go forward, and we have to make sure that our partners in the county know that, hey, we are not going to do this the sort of the back door, back way, kind of say, hey, want money, whatever, because until we have real studies and real numbers, and even an economic study that says, hey, actually there's, you know, anything that, hey, there's a demand for whatever they think should go out there. You know, we've got literally nothing. We have people's gut feelings, and that's why we're spending $5 million theoretically in that corner. And instinct is one part of it, and I love instinct, but then you partner with facts, and you partner with the research, and you do due diligence before you spend any money, no matter where it comes from. And so I think that, again, staff and the mayor, and I know it's been hard, I know it's been a lot of, you know, it's been a lot of toes stepped on, and it's been rough, but I think that you guys did a great job of saying, hey, okay, let's take the situation, it's a bad situation, let's come up with a compromise that meets city needs and meets what your guys' objective. And so I think we should move this forward, but I wanted to put it out there really, really strongly that we're going to evaluate every single plan that comes through here, and if it's not money being spent smartly, we're just not going to spend it, at least for my vote. And I think hopefully the council, you know, goes on that way, because, and the other flip side is that we need to make sure, and I know we've discussed this, Joe, at length, but we need to make sure that we are clearly communicating to the county. We appreciate your help. Thank you for being interested in the airport. If you want to help, you need to work this way. You've got to work through this system. And we need to make sure we're clearly communicating that so we don't get back in this spot, because this spot is just going to breed more and more bad blood that's going to hurt this community when we're not working together with the county. I think I covered everything else. Any more thoughts you have on the binding nature of the agreement?
No, but I will, Mayor, City Council, just to go off of a little bit of where you were at as well, too. I want to make sure that everybody understands, and I can't speak for the county, and I don't intend to, because they can speak for themselves as well, too. But regardless of which one of us are on this thing, our intent in the city has always been to try to make sure that money remains with us. That has been, that's everybody's role. I mean, I have not heard anybody, the mayor, the city council, say that we don't want to utilize that money. We all have different ideas about how it should be. Just to give a little bit of credence with it, since you asked the question and everything, Chavez County every year receives a little less than $10 million on average for all of the ICP projects within the county. The city brings in about 2.5 to 3 million. I think 3 million was our highest in the last few years. This $5 million in this last year was on top of that 9.9. We don't see that money brought into our community very often. So we need to try to do everything that we can in order to get there. I think the challenge has been because of the way this has come in, because we have shared our ideas on what that money could do for various pieces out there. And I think that's where, when we get back to this, your initial question and everything, I believe we can adjust that, but I don't believe that we end up with a very good response if we move away from the infrastructure improvements and go to another project as well, too. I believe
Sure,
that.
But
yeah.
as stated, this current plan, these are infrastructure improvements that the city staff, we'll just start with that, the city staff believes are worthwhile projects.
Yes, sir. What we believe that happens here is that it is serving current customers. We are upsizing for future development as well, too. So we've thought it was a marriage between both of those options in order to come up to where we're at. The concern is, I think, what the future brings as far as what the overall plan is here. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I yield.
Thank you. I have Councilor Foster, Peterson, Kennard, and Stubbs. Councilor Foster, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. And just to tag on to that last, we're upsizing it, and it's also will help the fire needs for out to that county eventually, correct?
Yes, sir. That is what we are hoping for. If you're aware of our system, there is a fire hydrant toward Weil Road that has very little pressure. So we are not able to serve out there off of the fire hydrants that are out there. So this should help. We have the new towers for storage capacity and everything, so this will complement that.
Okay, and this 2 million that we're gonna spend over in this side is going mostly to replace the transite pipe? That 12-inch?
The challenge we have with this is that the project that you see on this screen is a $6.2 million project. Currently, the city council has not devoted any funding to this at all, which means that we're going to have to develop out essentially a $2 million project, utilizing some of those funds of that $2 million to cover the planning and the site preparation for it.
All right. And
so I would say that the water line would be, I don't know if we can get the road and all of that infrastructure in.
But if we can get the water pipe in for that 2 million, then
We would like that just because of the type of pipe we are.
okay, it's something we're gonna have to replace eventually. Anyway.
Eventually.
Okay, the other portion, we have to encumber the 5% by February 25th, or we stand the chance of losing the whole 5 million, correct?
That is correct.
All right, and I differ from the mayor's analogy, because the mayor's analogy of the neighbor coming up, the neighbor doesn't live in the house. The county, the airport is part of the county, as the city is part of the county, and all the people, so they do have buy-in to that degree. My analogy is, it'd be like my daughter coming home and saying, "Dad, I just bought the paint to paint the house." And my question would be, first, does the house need painting? If it does, great. Did she pick the right color? Because if it's a pink color or a color I can't stand, then that's off. Second or third is, can she paint? Because if she's good enough to paint and do the work, and I'm not going to have to go back behind her and fix it, or hire a painter to come in and fix it, then that's great. But if all those others don't fall in place, then no, I don't want her to paint the house. This is kind of like that money. It's being brought to us. You developed a plan that meets our needs, expends the first 5 million, and it's a win-win right now. I agree we need to work better with the county. It'd be nice if we were on the front end of it, and hopefully now it looks like we're not quite in the front end of it, but we're jumping in the middle with the next 5 million. It works, and I just don't see at this point saying no to it. And so, make sure I covered everything that I had. I just think that that for us to at this point, over something as minor as an MOU, we need to go ahead and vote yes for it. And we need to keep working with the county, and maybe this will be the first step of many that will actually get some things accomplished for our county, and we'll go a different direction. Thanks.
Thank you. I have Councilor Peterson, Kennard, and Stubbs. Councilor Peterson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Regardless of how the $5 million got here, we have people, somebody doesn't like people on the city, and somebody at the county doesn't like the city, but you still have to work together. This money is given to us by the state to provide jobs, and the county should work better with the city, finding these things. But if the county comes to the city with an idea, the city shouldn't just shut them off right away. And the city and the county need to work together better. You know, I work with people all the time I don't like. You know, I work with people, there's people on the council I don't like, but I work with them for the betterment of Roswell. And this is good for Roswell. When you put a water line and a sewer line in, you're going to use it eventually as a water and a sewer guide. The water lines are, you increase it to a 12-inch water line, that's going to give a lot of fire protection. And if that big hanger falls through, then you could use it for, you can build other stuff there. The Mystic area, there's a huge area that you can put in other buildings right there. The sewer line, you're always going to need sewer lines. There's a city water line on Wild Road. You know, the city could probably tie into that somehow. That way it makes a loop. But I think you know, the money's here, you know, let's spend it.
Thank you. I have Councilor Kennard and Councilor Stubbs. That exhausts my list. Councilor Kennard, you have the floor.
I just want to state this in case anybody thinks that I think that $5 million is not a lot of money. I believe that it is. But I tend to agree with Jacob, Councilor Roebuck, about a lot of things that he said. I feel like perhaps, Mr. Nebb, Mayor, and Councilor Perry and Councilor Stubbs, who have actually had face-to-face conversations with the county and maybe have some reassurances about this partnership, the rest of us, the 7 of us, or 8 of us, did not have those reassurances. It kind of does matter how we got this money. It does matter. I agree with Councilor Roebuck. I would love to work in good faith in this situation. And it's not about liking somebody or disliking somebody. It's about the principle. And it's about the city being put out by this. Clearly, we've all heard that this $5 million is not going to cover these projects that were discussed to the full extent. And so here we are in the time of COVID, where we're going to have to come up with other monies from our budget to make this work. I still don't have a lot of answers. It was brought up that maybe we could get the governor to reappropriate the money to the city. And I don't know that there's been if anyone's looked into that or worked on that issue. I do feel like we are being put into a corner and possibly manipulated in how this money could be used because of the situation of the MOU and the fiscal agent, because they get to put their 2 cents in as to where it's being spent. They can agree to or disagree to what we use it for. For me, this is not county versus city, rather a bad idea versus a good idea, or a proper way versus an improper way. So I still don't feel like, I'm just very worried about this money, and I don't want us to sell our soul for $5 million. Thank you.
I have Councilor Stubbs, Moore, and Oropesa. Councilor Stubbs, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm incredibly frustrated right now, so please forgive me. I'm going to get all off track, and I believe this whole conversation is getting off track. But let me please first say that I'm going to think this was about 14 months ago. I know it's more than a year, that I was at a function when the governor was here in town with staff and with several of her secretaries to do a countywide meeting of, ask the governor's staff. I don't remember exactly what it was. But what I did witness was that there was a group of people, and I believe it was the Economic Development Corporation at that time, and some of their board, that pulled this meeting together with the governor, with her staff. Senator Jennings, of course, was there, and EDC people from the county. And I know for a fact the city was invited, and the person who is not in this room that was asked to be a part of that meeting chose not to go. And it's my understanding that this person made no recommendation as to who else would go, just decided not to go to that meeting. So I think we need to know that the city certainly was asked to be involved certainly at the onset of all of this. There's some other stuff I'm not going to go into right now. I disagree with the analogies that have been used about someone deciding what to do on our property, because first of all, if you really look at this MOU, this puts the whole ball in our court. It basically says, and it is the county's MOU because they have the money, so they, of course, would be the ones that would initiate it. But basically, as I read it, like we've said, they have to be able to encumber $250,000 prior to February 25th, or the whole money, all the money is gone. The second thing that I think is really important, if you really read the specific conditions, the city's in control. We're totally in control. If we communicate with them and if we make joint decisions and explain why we want to do things a certain way, I feel my relationship with the county has been very good. And I feel they're willing and open to talk to us because, like they said, it's jobs, jobs, jobs. So I feel that we're in control because we're contracting with all the vendors. We're paying the bills, we give them the invoice, and they pay us back. I think it's really that simple. In answer to Councilor Roebuck's question, I seriously doubt DFA is ever going to pay any litigation expenses. I just can't fathom that they're going to do that. So I think that, to me, is off the table. So I think this is great that they've come to us with this. I do want to say that the Chaves County Commission Chair is on GoToMeeting. If anyone has any questions specifically for him, he's available. He thought this was the best way to do that. So please, if anyone has any questions of him. I think another thing that we have to recognize is the fact that the legislation in the 2020 legislative session that was passed and signed by the governor specifically talked about the southeast corner of the Air Center. So you're saying no, Mayor?
Oh, ma'am.
Okay. But the DFA agreement does.
Does not. I have the DFA agreements, and I have the original language that is incorrect.
Okay. Then I'm mistaken with that. But again, out of the discussion that took place, like I say, approximately 14 months ago, without the city there by our representative's choice, that's what was come up with, or that's what was decided. Let me see. I think, like I say, the important part about this is that the county recognizes the money is to go to the city's air center, and that they don't want to lose this 5 million. They really want, my impression is they really want it to go to the Air Center where it can create jobs. And I think it would be a real shame if we didn't go ahead and approve this and allow them to show that through this, the 5% is being encumbered. And as you can see too, the city's going to continue to utilize our consultants, our Air Center consultants, and Armstrong, of course, did this plan right here. But I know too, from discussing with them, they're very amenable to any suggestions that we may have, and they will research and get back to us too. So I don't have any concern or hesitation in working through them to get the best plan done. And like I say, I really encourage us to sign this MOU. It puts everything in the city's hands, and there is an opportunity to amend it if we need to do so. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I have Councilors Moore now, or Pesa. That exhausts my list. Councilor Moore.
I have one question. What will happen if this doesn't pass tonight? Does just the 5 million just goes away? That's what.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, if we do not have an instrument to allow for the funding to go into the Air Center, that money will, I think Councilor Stubbs said it, that money will need to be returned. We have until February 25th in order to obligate the 5%, which protects the entire part. There's ability, there is no ability within there.
Mr. Nebb, there is no money to return. This is all in reimbursable
Thank you, sir.
expenses.
Thank you, sir.
No
Yeah,
money
so
has come.
This money will not come here.
That's what it is. They.
Correct.
This all works on reimbursement, so there is no
Thank you.
money sitting in a checking account.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And another thing is, we were all talking about the relationships, and there's a quote that he said, "We teach people how to treat us." And if we continue to allow people to just go over or, not follow our guidelines and stuff, we're teaching them that it's okay. Now, the difference is that I feel like something has changed since the meeting, because there are conversation that hadn't been had in all this time. So I was like, okay, they had a meeting, I was a little late, and I was okay with that. I said, okay, they're talking, and that's where we start. We got to start somewhere. So I felt like it changed. I do have one question for you, Mayor. If I don't know if it's out of line if I asked you.
Go ahead.
Do you feel that the meeting that y'all had changed your idea of the way this has gone down? I know where your feelings lie about this, so I'm asking you because it's gonna make a difference to me. Because I know where your heart is about this, and I know something that you want to happen. So I'm asking you, do you think the meeting, since everybody keeps saying good faith, the meeting helped, or how do you feel about that? I don't know if I'm out of pocket for asking, but I just want to.
No, you ask an excellent question, Counselor. I was incredibly disappointed. Incredibly disappointed. And nothing was accomplished. There was no modification to the MOU. The grammatical changes that Counselor Stubbs put forward were just simply that. There was no significant meat, no real changes. There is no reason at all, none, to do any kind of study on the Air Center enhanced parking. But the words of the airport director, the words of the staff mean nothing. And so the MOU continues to have an unnecessary and irrelevant section. So that's my opinion. You have the floor, Counselor.
That's kind of throws me off a little bit, because I kind of felt like it seemed like from everybody else's conversation that there was some leeway had or made. I know as I was watching the meeting, I heard you ask the question about the hangar when he was like, oh, yeah, we can. So I was, okay, then we're on the right track. We get to spend some of it on exactly what, our plan is, or our ICP list of things were. So I said, okay, so maybe we're in a good spot. So I still, and everybody keeps saying it is a lot of money. I get that. Well, for us poor people, it's a lot of money, but for some people it's not. But it's not a lot if we have to spend, if they give us 5 and it costs us, like you said, 25 to do the same job. I want the money. I agree with it being in the city, keeping the money here. But if you see the idea that we have no control over what happens, like we draw a picture, so what? This picture can change tomorrow. So I'm struggling, like I said, and my biggest thing is we teach them how to treat it. If we just roll over now for this, and we already got another one on the back burner that we're about to roll over again for, because it'll be, okay, that's another $5 million. It's another $5 million. And so that is my concern. We are a part of the county. We are. And I'm not saying that they're like against us or whatever, but I haven't seen or heard from any of them the whole 1.5, 2 years I've been here. So, but I have nothing against them, but I want to get an understanding. Maybe, like I said, maybe I just don't understand the process, because I feel like we know what the process is. We know we're not going to go down out in the county and just go get some money and build a well over there, because we know the process, how we handle business. Why come there's no place where they have to understand how the city handles business? And like I said, I'm trying to get an understanding because of where we are at this part or whatever, but then will we come back again? Will we have to do this all again for the next $5 million? We're gonna have to do this, are we gonna have to have this at the next meeting when the next $5 million come in? So I'm just over it, because I wanna understand where it stops. Where do we get, okay, we're gonna put a street right there and that's all and that's it. Where do we get to that point? How do we get to that point where we're not here again every year when the legislature gives somebody some money to do whatever and we're forced to spend, how can you say be forced to spend $5 million? But forced to, it's hard to say that, but forced to spend money. All money is not good money. Maybe I'll say it that way. But I want the idea is, like, if we could use this as a stepping stone, as a process, and like I said, if we get some money out of the hangar out of it, if we get some lines that we're gonna need anyway, but here we come again next month with another $5 million, and so I wanna say yes, but I'm like, here we go again, now we're gonna line up for them to keep, how many times, I guess it's a Christian slake, when somebody slaps you, turn the other cheeks. How many cheeks do we have to keep turning? For us to get to the point where we have to work together. We're either gonna say, we're gonna do this and we're gonna work it out, or we're gonna stop taking the money. We have to get to a point where we're gonna do one or the other. And I get jobs. We need jobs. And if, I didn't even get a number. If y'all could have gave me a number there, okay, we know this $5 million gonna give 50 jobs. I'm like, okay, let's do it. And forget the argument, I don't care who the money came from. But are they getting county jobs? Are they counting for us? There's all kind of ifs and what ifs and stuff. And so that's why I struggle. I guess I'm a more concrete person. I have to see, what I'm gonna do. I need a breakdown and see how this $5 million is gonna go and how it's gonna help the city and how I guess, and I'm thinking I'm on Ward 5, so I'm like, okay, that's gonna help us a little bit. But if it's gonna cost another $20 million for the rest of the city, then, I'm still struggling with this. So I just kind of think, as we begin to think about, we got to teach people how to treat us. And if we continue to just say, okay, then what are we saying to them, unless we put our foot down and one time return the money and then they show we're not playing, that you can't keep doing this. I'm not saying this is the time. I think I'm going to vote for this one, but I think we have to get to a point to say, that's enough. You're either going to work with us or stop asking. We can ask for our own money and be done with it. Evidently, you said they get more than us for the most part. When they request, they get more amounts of money. Is that what you said? They got 5 and we get 2?
What I was stating was that Chavez County as a whole, because they break the money down by county, and so we get $3 million, we get $2.5 to $3 million of that 9.9 million that generally comes out. That doesn't all go, the rest of that doesn't go to Chaves County because we have Lake Arthur, we have Dexter, we have Hagerman, and so and we have Eastern New Mexico University. So that's the way the division goes. I believe that we should be seeing more of that for everybody within the county, for the region.
So, Mr. Member, are you feeling that this memorandum doesn't has no meat either? No teeth, or whatever the word is they were saying?
I negotiated this MOU with Mr. Riggs, with the county. I am comfortable with doing something for our current customers out there. My letter that I provided to Commissioner Cavan, I cautioned on the Field of Dreams model of putting infrastructure in there, because we have over 200 acres of current industrial property that we have nobody on that has infrastructure already there. And so I think my goal with this was to make sure that there is a faster benefit to that. And I think some of the projects that we had shared with the county as well too, there was a more immediate response back. But the way this thing was built, we came up with this model here. And so I am comfortable with this MOU to that level for what I negotiated and what I hope to accomplish with this project.
All right, thank you. I yield.
I have Counselor Oropesa, Kennard, and Perry. Counselor Oropesa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just as a matter of clarification, did this money come from our legislative team, or did it come through the governor's office?
It is my understanding, the Mayor, City Council, that this money came from the governor's office. I don't believe any of our legislators had any of the funding into it. However, I know all of our local legislators are interested that we hold on to the money in the region.
Okay. So with that in mind, I believe we're blaming the county when the county only decided to be the fiscal agent. And if I hear it correctly, they really never had a voice in the request of the $5 million. Am I correct, or?
Mr. Mayor, City Council, I believe that as we tried to talk about some of that background, Senator Jennings is the one that prompted the entire conversation to receive the money for down here. The EDC as an organization did not weigh in on it. These were representatives. A majority of them were on the Air Center Authority Task Force.
So in order to avoid a second round of $5 million struggles and arguments going back and forth, wouldn't it be prudent for us to try and get the $5 million or 10 or whatever it is, that we become the fiscal agent instead of allowing the county? I mean, they can go and ask for $5 million if they want to.
And Councilor, and that's on that second $5 million as what they just recently asked for. That was the conversation that Mr. Williams and I had on that is that let's learn from our lessons. Let's make sure that we do things differently. And so the conversation that the interim county manager had and I had was that let's revisit this thing and look at that determination as to what that other $5 million request does and do it together with the city and the county.
And it's not out of the ordinary, right, for items to be approved by legislative or legislators without the consent of the council?
No, sir. We have actually had other projects that have been granted to us that have not actually been approved by the city council. I know of a couple that have happened since I have been here. So it does happen. What we hope will happen when our legislators see our ICIP list, that we're able to meet what their needs are as well too. So
I guess my point is, instead of condemning Senator Jennings or former Senator Jennings, I think we should be thanking former Senator Jennings for having the contact, number one, I mean, whether we like it or not, I mean, he has those contacts. He was there for over 30 years. And so obviously he knows his way around
Yes, sir.
the state legislature, and I'm sure the way the mayor does as well. I mean, since he was there for a while. I'm just trying to give you kudos.
Don't scare me, Counselor, you're scaring me.
All right, then I take it back.
Yes, sir.
Anyway, the point is, I think we as a council, as a staff, or whatever, are being complicit to allow the state, the city, or the county commission to go and meet with the legislators and ask for this money, whether they invited us or not. I think we need to be strong enough to be able to meet them at the table or beat them to the table and try and get the money that we need for the projects that we want. So, you know, I certainly appreciate the Senator Jennings for doing it. I mean, I know he is part of the EDC. He was part of that task force that was formed when we were talking about the airport authority. I know he was very strong and very supportive of it. And so I don't think the action that he took was not intentional to try and provide some divisiveness between the county and the city. I don't want to speak for Senator Jennings, but I would think that he might have gone to the county because he might have felt, I don't know, more trust in them than he did with us. I don't know. I mean, I don't want to put no words in his mouth, but at the end of the day, we have $5 million that we can spend, regardless of where it came from. And another thing that we need to make sure that we understand is the fiscal agent, at least the way I understand it, you know, we can squabble and do whatever, but the fiscal agent has the ability to ask for that money to be reappropriated for another project. So they can very well say, you know what, you guys don't want to play with us, then we'll just use it for a road project or something in the county, because they do have that ability to do as well. Thank you.
I have Counselor Kennard and Counselor Perry, and that exhausts my list. Counselor Kennard, you have the floor.
I'm sorry for being difficult about this. Well, actually, I'm really not, because I just want to understand. Counselor, so several people went to that meeting, 3 of which came back with 2 different opinions about that meeting. You know, Counselor Stubbs says that we're in control, but then said the decisions are joint. So that's not in control in my understanding of the word control. We're supposed to make leaps of faith and trust. Well, then we should also be trusted back. That's a two-way street. And trusted with the money being the fiscal agent. I think that Counselor Moore is spot on. We teach people how to treat us. And in the finance meeting and after the finance meeting, the commissioner that was in attendance, you know, said, why aren't you putting money in the airport? Well, not one of us can make that decision. When we set up our ICIP process, each one of us has a vote, has so many votes, and each one of us represents constituents. And we don't have just a blanket agreement. We are all 10 people with 10 different ideas, And so, although that one commissioner is a constituent of ours in the city of Roswell, not one person gets to make that decision. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to shut up, and I yield. Thank you.
Thank you. That leaves Councilor Perry. That exhausts my list. Councilor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A few quick observations. The mayor has always, in the past, said that there comes a point where we come to the table and we fight as hard as we can for what we think is right. We fight passionately, we fight vigorously, but the mayor has always said, but there comes a time when you vote, and once the vote happens and the dust settles, you move on to the next thing. So I say that because what I have to say next, I want that to continue to be the case. My recollection from that meeting, I just want to point out some things. What I took away from that meeting is not exactly what Mayor Kintai took away from that meeting, and that's okay. There's two people came away with two different views. Councilor Kenner said we have 10 different people with 10 different opinions. Sometimes I walk away thinking we've got 10 people with 14 different opinions. Sometimes it's just the way it is. I don't think anybody was happy about how this may have come about from the beginning, but there's a good little Bible verse in the Lord's Prayer when the Lord was teaching us how to pray. He said, and forgive us our trespasses, which is something we want God to do for us. We want God to forgive us our trespasses, but he says, forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. Those in attendance, what I took away was a recognition, okay, if this is not the way to do it, let's move forward, let's unify, let's have more discussions to where this doesn't happen this way again. I will say, I just want to from my interpretation, no disrespect to the mayor, but my view of how things went in there, it wasn't that there was no changes made to the MOU. There were none asked in the meeting to be changed, to my recollection, to the MOU, except for scope and paragraph 3. I think that there was some great discussion in there that probably would have been good for another day. A vision of things. We talked about another doghouse on a hanger and different things. Great discussion that the mayor had some very valid points about a lot of things that have happened during his administration, during this council. Some great things that have happened out there at that airport. We've not neglected that airport. We've worked very hard, and so has this mayor, to make things happen out there. But getting to what the meeting was to be about was the MOU. I cannot, and with all due respect, I was comfortable with the language in the MOU that is being presented. It wasn't my place to come and try to fight for any changes there. The discussion wasn't come up for there to be changes made. Now, if I am wrong, I will gladly admit that, but I just do not recollect that being the way that things happen. We have the potential for the possibility of losing $3 million over an argument of $2 million. And that's the way I really see this. This MOU is specifying, not the broad, it's specifying an MOU of $250,000. That's what we're specifying here. So I think we've got to hone in on that, and we've got to recognize that I think there's a table. I think there's people willing to come to the table. There's a new commission now. They've got a new commissioner. Commissioner Taylor is coming to the table, who I believe will probably bring some forethought. Commissioner Taylor was once a city councilman. I don't remember for how many years, but probably 2 terms, I'm assuming. He was a 2-term county commissioner. I think Commissioner Taylor is going to bring some understanding of a municipality to the commission that maybe there has not been for a while, right or wrong or indifferent. And I see what I took from that meeting was not anyone getting all of their way, but 2 groups of people saying we need to sit down and work together. Was it a perfect meeting? Absolutely not. And we probably needed a lot more longer to fix it, but it was a start, in my opinion. So we can talk about it forever, but I don't think that Roswell needs to miss this opportunity. And I'm quiet. I'm done.
That exhausts my list. I'm going to ask for a roll call vote. A yes or I will approve the MOU, and no or nay reject it. Before I do that, I will reserve for myself the last word. As a presiding officer, Mr. Nebb, I'm incredibly disappointed in this MOU. Terribly. The city's contracted engineering firm will prepare a plan for extending water, sewer, gas, electric, communication, et cetera, from the current infrastructure to the southeast portion. Where? Where are we going? We don't say. And in that meeting, there was no willingness to be specific about a destination. The locations we currently have estimated here have no relationship to what we need to do. The proposed water line in the Armstrong, agreed, this is not part of the MOU, but it's on the wrong side of building 1166. 1166 is the building currently leased by Mystic, belonging to the city, formerly known as the Alert Pad. There is a 2015 4-inch sewer line that was put in by the city that's not even acknowledged. I think Councilor Moore is spot on and has said probably some of the most important things tonight. There was no MOU drafted by the county until November 16th, when yourself and myself went to the county and I gave the county talking points for a draft MOU. At that point, November, they had signed their agreement with DFA on August 25th and had made no effort to prepare an MOU. And now they're complaining that it's gotten too late, that if we don't hurry up and rubber stamp this, they'll lose the fight. Well, where were they in September, October, November? In fact, you didn't get this final version of the MOU until a week before Christmas. Is that correct, Mr. Nebb?
That is correct, Mayor.
A week before Christmas, holiday season, Mr. Stan Riggs is leaving. I invited former Senator Jennings to attend because the reality, and Councilor Orpesa basically touched on this. You're right, Councilor, this is not a discussion between the city and the county. This money is controlled by the governor through her agent, former Senator Jennings. If former Senator Jennings says yes, it's yes. If he says no, it's no. That is the realization I came to. And you're right, respect to Senator. He's the one who got the $5 million. The problem is, this is for a project that has no definition, no customers, no basis in serious analysis. Mr. Stark, were you ever included in a discussion on infrastructure in the southeast corner by Senator Jennings, the county commission, the governor's office, at any time?
No.
They didn't even bother to talk to the airport director, let alone the city manager, let alone, and I'm the last on the list, but I happen to be the chair of the Airport Advisory Commission, which this body has established to try and ensure proper development at the Air Center. These are all reimbursable expenses. We spend money with Armstrong. What if the county says no? It's not good enough. Are we going to have to sue the county? The physical agent. I have emails from October and again in February where I had communication with DFA, Department of Finance and Administration, professional staff in which they recognized that the city of Roswell should be the physical agent for infrastructure projects on assets owned by the city. And yet within one time, an hour, they came back and said, no, no, we've been told not to change it from the county. Golly. This is a mess. There's nothing in here about the $3 million for the large hangar, is there, Mr. Knapp?
No, sir.
Did you ask Mr. Riggs to put that in? Because that was my draft MOU.
No, sir. We were focused on the $250,000, the 5%. There is currently on the 3 million, there is currently no agreements with either the city or any other outside of the letter of intent.
Which we are not a party to.
Which we are not party to on that letter of intent. So there was no discussion on how to spend the $5 million at that point.
I'm not going to take up any more time. We've debated this long enough, and we've talked about this long enough. There is a serious relationship problem with the county. The $5 million, though, is between the city of Roswell and the governor's office through Senator Jennings. So on that, we will now have the roll call vote. Once again, a yes or aye approves the MOU as amended, and no or nay rejects it.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr.
Point of order, if I could. And I do not mean any offense by this at all, but there's nothing within the current rules of order that allows for debate to close without only two ways for it to three ways to close. Number one is the governing body is done with debate. Number two, that someone calls the question. And number three, there's a loss of quorum. So I just want to say one thing and be done. I just feel like at this point, with all that's been said, and this is not standing up for anyone, but many people have said that there is no conversation between the county and the city. I recognize what's happened in the past. There have been counselors that have said, I wish that county was here to speak to us tonight. Counselor Stubb made us aware that Commissioner Cavan is on the Zoom, and there may not be any, and I'm done. I'm not asking any. But if any counselor has any questions of a commissioner that would speak on behalf of the city, having a conversation right now, I would like to have that as a potential possibility, and I leave it at that, Mr. Mayor.
Counselor, I made a ruling that I've already started the vote process. We are voting. Ms. Call the roll.
Counselor Peterson?
Yes.
Counselor Stubbs?
Yes.
Counselor Best?
No.
Counselor Moore? Counselor Oropesa?
Yes.
Counselor Kennard?
No.
Counselor Foster?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez? Counselor Perry?
Yes.
Counselor Roebuck?
Yes.
Motion passes 8-2.
Next item is item number 19, Counselor Stubbs.
Did I hit it? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There, okay. I move the approval of a renewal of a lease of Building 611 at the Roswell Air Center with the New Mexico Department of Health, Public Health Division for an initial 5-year term with 3 additional 5-year options to renew. To include all of the terms and conditions in the lease.
I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Moore to approve a lease with Department of Health, Building 611. Mr. Stark.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, good evening. This lease would be to consider approval of, as Counselor Stubbs said, a renewal of the lease for Building 611 to the New Mexico Department of Health for an initial 5-year lease term followed by, with mutual consent of the parties, 3 more options for 5 years apiece for a total of 20 years. As you all know, the Department of Health has been with us for quite a while, and there's quite an increase in the square footage price for this lease that they've agreed upon. The old price was right around $5.50 a square foot. The new price is about $12 a square foot, so about 120% increase. Past that, the lease is fairly standard. The termination clause is a little bit different because of state considerations of budget and legislation and all of those type of things that are basically peculiar to them. But in addition, we also added our language that requires a majority vote of the city council as an option to also terminate the lease. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
All right, I have Counselor Foster. Counselor Foster, you have the floor.
Well, I know everybody in the room knows how I feel about this. I have no argument that I appreciate having the Department of Health for this the regional Department of Health in Roswell. I just, since I was the airport chair in 2012, have adamantly been against the fact that we've been renting to the state. And at the time, like you said, they were paying $5.50 a square foot, and we were pretty much, the city of Roswell was subsidizing our state public health department. And I appreciate the fact that we've gone up to $12 a square foot. I still think this is an opportunity for us to tell them that we want them in the city limit or further into the city and renting from a landlord instead of us, and that giving that building opportunity to use it for what we use most of the buildings for out at the base towards, with the design of either manufacturing with airlines or anything dealing with the air center. So I at the time too, understanding us being with COVID, I mean, they've been there a while. They've been there 20 years. And what this lease does is put them in it for another 20 years. I don't care if it says we could get them out in 90 days, or it's a 5-year with 3 additional 5 years. It's still a 20-year lease, and that's not acceptable to me. It's acceptable to me for them to be there 2 years to 5 more years, or even possibly 5 more years. And so at that, I'm going to make a motion to amend this lease and make sure I have the section. It's on page 96 of ours, or 1 of the lease, and it's the term on 2. I want to change the lease term is for 2 years commencing on February 1st, 2021 and ending January 31st, 2023, unless sooner terminated by provision hereof. This lease may thereafter be renewed for up to 3 additional periods of 1 year each upon mutual written agreement of the parties. Each renewal period shall be governed by the same terms and conditions hereof, except as may be otherwise agreed in writing by the parties.
I have a motion by Counselor Foster. I have a second by Counselor Roebuck to amend paragraph 2 term. I will paraphrase this to make it for a 2-year lease with up to 3 1-year extensions. Ms. Call, do you feel you have a correct understanding of the proposed amendment? Mr. Patterson, you comfortable also? All right, on the proposed amendment, discussion, debate. Counselor Roebuck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly, we appreciate the health department, all the work that they're doing, and they have done, and they've been a great, they've been a tenant for 20 years now. I do feel, though, in talking with people on all sides of the airport issue, freeing up property there for use for business, especially business related to aeronautics, is the direction we want to be going. And this piece of property, I think, unless the staff wants to disagree with me, which is okay, I think it's in a pretty prime spot as far as that's concerned. And so while I don't think that I've got any stomach to like kick them out tomorrow, I do like this amendment that allows us to have more flexibility. And it just says, hey, no offense to you guys, but we really want to get that air center. I mean that's what the state wants to invest money in, improving that air center, get more businesses out there. It's not just with the stuff on the southeast corner. It's these places too. And if there's someone in there, that means a business that wants to come in. That's just a property that we can't pitch to them and we can't sell to them. And so, while again, I've got no stomach to say like you guys need to be out next week. Certainly, a couple years. Let give them plenty of time to transition. But I think we, based on again everybody I've talked to in any kind of capacity dealing with the air centers, like that's one of the things we need to do is really get it focused in on air center and business stuff. So that's why I support the amendment. I yield.
I have Councilor Moore. Councilor Moore on the amendment.
Microphone.
I totally disagree with what the conversation that was just had. It's rented. We let hangars sit there for 20 years, and we don't have any problem with that, and let them billionaires have a building for $1. So I don't. Just because it's a state building and it's funded why, we're a hub, and it's being regional is beneficial to very same reason why we want the airplanes, the flights coming in is because of where we sit. Because they're 20 years, what that means they need to get kicked out because they've been there 20 years. We want to, I don't agree with that verb, that term, that information right there. But just because they've been 20 years and there's all kind of things other than aviation out at the base. I don't want to hear that either. What you're going to put us out at the University High? We're not aviation. Y'all going to put us out too? You're going to put the, rehab, you're going to put them out too? I just kind of think that verbiage, that reasoning is off. Now, could it be money-wise? I might could see that, but they're paying, like he said, almost market anyway, so I don't understand that, with that verbiage. So I don't agree with changing that. I would prefer, make most of them leave it the same, so.
I have no one else on my list to speak. I will ask for a voice vote on the amendment.
Mr. Mayor, if I may real quickly.
Sir.
If we amend number 2, as is suggested, it will also force us to amend number 3 to catch up all of the prices, because it's all spelled out in number 3 for the quarterly and yearly prices.
No, it's not changing the rate, just changing the term.
There is no year 3, 4, and 5 if
Right.
we don't renew. So this assumes that there is those years in paragraph 3.
But the way his amendment is, there can be a 3, 4.
Can be, but this assumes that there is. That creates an ambiguity.
It has to come out.
Or you can just say year 3, if any, year 4, if any, year
Okay.
5, if any.
How about, will we agree to that? All right. We can make that if any after each of those. All right. Keep that simple. All right. If any. A yes or aye approves the amendments to the lease. A no or nay rejects the amendment. Be sure and activate your vote box. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay.
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 With explanation.
What do we got here? Maybe I should have done a roll call. Oh,
You get to vote.
Woohoo!
Ms. Call, what do we have?
You owe me, Mayor. You get to vote.
Sorry, have to turn my microphone on. I don't want to get in trouble by the city clerk. Anyway, it is a tie, so it's your choice.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
All right, we are now on an amended lease. Any further discussion, debate? I'm sorry, who did?
Mr. Mayor, yes, I wanted explanation, just
Okay.
just to be that in term number 28, there is termination clause, and I sat and looked at this for a good while there was other conversation happening earlier. And that was the reason that we still have the ability to terminate with a 90-day following such a vote if there was the potential. I would rather have something at this point there bringing the kind of money there as we are looking, if there's the potential of something else coming. That's all. Thank you.
All right, so we're on an amended lease with the Department of Health. Any further discussion on the lease as amended?
May I ask just a question that maybe
Counselor.
you can answer, or maybe, so at this point, this would go to Santa Fe, and then they would then determine whether or not they agree to the terms of this lease. What happens if they choose not to? Is that cancel their contract, or do they renegotiate here? How does that work?
Mr. Mayor, City Council, currently we are under an interim agreement pending the decision of this one. I believe that we should not extend an interim agreement for long, and so I would believe that we would need to make sure whether or not, I think we can negotiate a little bit farther, but in my mind, with where the City Council is at, we will be asking the state to agree with this term as well too. But I guess, Mr. Patterson, I don't know if there's anything else.
No, I think if the city council has spoken, this is the agreement that we have approved, and the DOH comes back and says no, I think that's pretty much the end of it as far as I know.
We will then close out whatever that relationship is at.
Right.
And if they wish to renegotiate, I don't believe we should get into that too much because we have an action of the City Council. So that would be my position.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I have Counselor, no, all right. So now, I have no one else. I'm going to learn my lesson. We're going to do a roll call. Thank you. What did go figure. A yes or aye approves the amended lease. A no or nay rejects the amended lease. Counselors, be sure and activate your vote box when you respond. Ms. Call, please call the roll.
Counselor Peterson?
No.
Counselor Stubbs?
No.
Counselor Best?
Yes.
Counselor Moore? Counselor Oropesa?
No.
Counselor Kennard?
Yes.
Counselor Foster?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez? Counselor Perry?
No.
Counselor Roebuck?
Yes.
Mayor, it's a tie.
Moore and Perry, try your vote box again.
I apologize. I was so entrenched in the moment of knowing you was about to split a tie again. I hit the wrong one.
There we are.
I'm sorry. I hit the
Okay,
wrong
very good.
one. I hit the wrong one. It's late, Mr. Mayor. My brain.
I understand.
Mr. Mayor, Counselor Perry, we can fix that here.
Thank you.
According to the actual roll call votes that I heard, it is a tie again.
Thank
Oh,
you.
geez. Yes, again.
Mayor breaks the tie, motion passes.
Okay. Next up is public participation. We actually had an individual sign up, a Mike Riston. Is that you, sir? All right, come on up. State your name, your address. You have 3 minutes. Fair enough.
Councilors, my name is Mike Ristum. I reside at 2030 North Canal in Carlsbad. Don't hold it against me. 88220. I work for a company called Transaero Medevac. We are a 911 rescue helicopter service. Currently have bases in Carlsbad, New Mexico and Artesia, New Mexico. As of 1 April, we will have a helicopter sitting on the helipad at Eastern. So the thing that you're probably not accustomed to, I don't know how much what your knowledge base is of medical helicopters, but the difference with us is, and folks in the Pecos Valley are really going to hopefully be able to take advantage of this. We put a physician on the helicopter along with a flight paramedic. That's our preferred business model. We're actually taking whole blood and surgery to the patient. The way we used to do business was fly out to a critically injured patient, scoop them up, put IVs in them, maybe do chest tubes, and get them back to the trauma center as quick as you could. We actually have ultrasound on the aircraft, and with the blood products, we can stop the bleeding and not have to watch folks bleed to death. So we are the highest level of care. This is we are an anomaly, truly, to have this level of care in this corner of southeast New Mexico. To me, is amazing. I'm the retired EMS chief for Carlsbad Fire. I, in my career, never thought I would see this. So I just wanted to let you guys know that we're coming. We're soon to join the chamber. And the added bonus for us is we are also the price point on top of being the most highly skilled in the industry. And I feel very confident saying that. But I know you guys have had a really long day. Thank you so much for your time. If anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer.
All right, thank you. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. You give free air helicopter rides?
Well, actually, we will.
All right. I'm afraid some people might push me out. Item number 20, Counselor Stubbs.
Mr. Mayor, I move that council go into closed session pursuant to NMSA 1978, Chapter 1015, 1H7, to discuss attorney-client privilege pertaining to threatened or pending litigation in which the city of Roswell is or may become a participant pertaining to professional services agreements.
I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs to go into closed session and a second by Counselor Roebuck. Any discussion or debate? We debate this?
You can.
All right. Hearing none, seeing none. This is a roll call vote. A yes or aye takes us into closed session. A no or nay rejects that. I will say this briefly. I do know Mr. Nebb and Mr. Patterson have some very important matters they need to share with us in this closed session. So I would really encourage all to attend and listen to what is going on. It directly impacts the city. So having said that, Ms. Call, will you please call the roll?
Counselor Peterson? Counselor Stubbs?
Yes.
Counselor Best?
Yes.
Counselor Moore? Counselor Oropesa?
Yes.
Counselor Kennard?
Yes.
Counselor Foster?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez? Counselor Perry?
Yes.
Counselor Roebuck?
Yes.
Motion passes.
N53, we are going into closed session. We will convene in there in 3 minutes at 10:56.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep. Yep. Savino left, and
It's 12:04. We're back in open session. Counselor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For the record, council is back in open session at 12:04. We held a closed session pursuant to NMSA 1978 1015-1H7 to discuss attorney-client privilege pertaining to threatened or pending litigation in which the city of Roswell is or may become a participant pertaining to a professional service agreement. No action was taken and no votes were cast.
All right, thank you. Mr. Nebb.
yes, sir. Mayor, City Council, just 2 items, and I'm going to read right through them. If you have any questions, please let me know. But the Air Center Authority Steering Committee is preparing its final report and would like to hold a joint session with the Chavez County Commission and Roswell City Council before the end of February 2021. At this meeting, the committee will present its findings and final report. However, even though that the committee requested a joint meeting of Chavez County and the city of Roswell, according to the resolution states that report will be given to the Finance Committee on the Legal Committee on February 25th. So I wanted to lay that out there, that the request from the steering committee was to try to do it jointly, but currently, based upon that resolution, it is February 25th at the legal committee. I think we can invite everybody into that meeting, if nothing else, and serve almost the same purpose. The other item is on this dais. The facilities has begun working on the plan for the changes to the dais. Currently, we are looking at lowering the front so everybody can see everyone out here, make the ends of the dais so that it becomes more of a U shape, similar to what we have here, so you can see each other. Add a second set of stairs on the far side so you can exit either end of it. This is also a safety feature. We are going to try to inset the computer monitors so there's more desk space on the backside for you as well, that the monitors are not in that way. And we are looking to see if there is the ability that as we make these adjustments, that the city clerk's desk can then move to the back side of that, where there's a little bit different connection between the mayor, the city clerk, and all of you. We are going to ask all of you to tell us if we're missing anything within the structure, because the thing we want to make sure is we fix it one time. And we're going to come through there and we're going to do it right, and we're going to do that. So I just want to lay that out to you, that I really want to hear. If I've not hit anything that you want to see happen on this, we need to make sure that we cover it. But other than that, Mayor, City Council, thank you for the work tonight. And let me know if you ever have any questions.
Yes. All right. Well, here we are, guys. What do you, Councilor Perry, you wanted to speak? No, we heard that. Okay, I've got 12:07. We're adjourned.
Thank you.